What is up, YouTube? Dolly back in the house, just making sure all my stuff's locked up. We are at the courthouse, okay? It is cold as shit out here this morning. I think it's just the wind, but we got about a half hour. Woo, that wind is cutting, boy. Ain't no joke. Good morning, people. Good morning. Make sure you like the video as you come in. Now, the crazy thing is I'm in some 2-hour parking. The other day I was able to pay for 10-hour parking, but my parking was taken. All the news people done beat me here this morning. So I was running a little tiny behind. So my parking spot ain't here. So now I got to walk in the damn cold. Good morning. I got my glasses on me. Hold on, guys. We got to walk back to the car. I want to make sure I get my glasses on today so I can see what you guys are saying. I know I got them with me. They're either in my book bag or I left them sitting in the car. I just want to make sure I didn't leave them sitting in the car. Woo! It's a lot colder today. The wind has hit me right in the face than it was the other day. I can tell you that. Poor Dolly, run. My eyes are watering. It's so cold. Let me make sure I didn't leave them in here. If they're not in here, they're in my bag. My bag is on my back. Okay, yeah, they're in my bag. Because I know I brought them. Okay, what time is it? We got a time check? When I get up here, I'll set this down. That way I can get my glasses out and I can see. It is a cold one today. 7:30. Okay. It's 8:30. Okay, so we got about 30 minutes. Got snow on the ground today. Maybe it'll warm up a little bit. Good morning. Good morning. We out here in front of the courthouse. We're here now. So maybe we'll get lucky today and we'll get to see Tone Capone back on the stand today. But I don't know. Dolly, reporting live from News 7. Okay, just kidding. I almost want to go get me some coffee this morning. We got about a half hour before it even starts. Has Fudd been there? Yeah, he's been here every day. Yeah, he's been here every day. Right here, I'm in the sun. I mean, ain't no point in going in yet. I got to cut my camera off when I go in, so. I wish one of these cars would move so I could get me a spot up here in the front, because this is 10-hour parking right here. Oh, they just, oh no, that's why they moved. There's a damn fire hydrant right there. Can't park there. I'm trying to debate if I should walk over here and get some coffee. We got a half hour. Yeah, I need some soda or something. That wind, boy. Woo! Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, PJ. Love you, baby. If you in the room. It is cold. It is super cold. All right. New Hampshire, y'all need to turn the heat on. Across the street while I get ran over. Oh, hold up. All right, give me a minute. I gotta go ahead and get me something to drink. So. For too long, the human race has ignored the signs. Listen to Transformers? Some crazy looking people around here, boy. I wonder if you can have drinks in this. Maybe coffee. We're gonna go with this. I didn't see no coffee. That lady looked like a zombie and walk down this aisle. Y'all got coffees in here?
Coffee?
The cold coffee?
Cold coffee I have a Dunkin' on the last stove.
I'll just take that.
I have some on a purple or two right there.
That'll be fine. Thank you. All right, New Hampshire, y'all got zombies, okay? They were officially zombies in there. Them couple ladies that were in that store were so damn cracked out their mind. I ain't seen a crackhead since the 90s. Good Lord. That lady was gumming and everything. I felt like I was in downtown Norfolk in the 80s. Holy bodegas, Batman. Drugs are bad, people. Just say no. Just say no, okay? Stay warm, dog. It's hard to stay warm. It's freezing ass cold out here. So, okay. Just sit right here for a minute. Bingo. You look frozen. I look froze. Well, it's cold out here. That's for sure. There's almost 500 of you in the room. I held up 5, like you can see it in my little mitten. 5. Okay. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Dolly out here freezing his ass off for you this morning. I love you. Happy Valentine's Day. I love you too, PJ. Thank you, baby. I'll be home soon. I'll be home soon. Woo. I'm starting to miss Virginia weather. Okay. I need some. I know what I need. I need some long johns. The wind keeps blowing up under my jacket. It's going right up my shirt, and it is freezing. You gotta do jumping jacks like Bear Grylls. I don't know. I ain't got that much energy this morning. I just woke up like 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, and the tears in my eyes are freezing up. I'm gonna have tears froze to my face. Okay, we got a lot of people showing up to court today. Those people walking around like it's nothing. Hello. Yeah, but they from here, okay? I ain't from this cold ass place. I'm from the South. Even on a cold day, it's warm. Yeah, you definitely need the right clothes on out here. Dolly, you rocking that Tommy jacket like 1999. This Tommy jacket is warm as shit, though. Okay, that's why I always wear it. It has the fuzzy inside, and I got on a wool hoodie under this. So you would think I'd be massively warm, but I'm technically cold as shit. Okay. Good morning, Tracy. Did you hear the scary voice, Dolly? Yeah, the dude on the bike. Yeah, he was playing like some Optimus Prime or something. When you walked in the store, they were all zombies. The crackheads are out this morning, like completely. Like that's crack too. That ain't the 8. That's straight crack right there. You can tell. Like we got damn. Woo. Yeah, it said something about the human race. The human race. I heard it when I was strolling up in there. I was like, okay. This is crazy. Let me get up out of here before I get shanked in the neck. You know what I'm saying? What time is it? How long we got? Because it's cold as shit out here. Okay. Not long. I seen short pop up. You need hot coffee? I was going to get some coffee. I asked about coffee. And then when I went over to the coffee side, it was loaded with zombies. Okay? Now, am I going to start chopping heads off out here in New Hampshire? No, I can't do that. So I was just like, we're going to skip the coffee this morning. Do I fight crackheads or do I get a cup of coffee? They didn't have hot chocolate. Did you see that store? Did you see the people in it? No, they didn't. If they did, I didn't want to drink it from there. Trust me, you probably don't want to drink coffee from there either. Wow, you look like a crackhead to me. Okay, well, each your own. Maybe I look like a crackhead. Oh, there's a parking spot. I wonder if I can make it in time. I hate to do that. Go to pull up. I'm doing it. All right, guys, we got to hurry. There's a parking spot right there. Fuck it. Those drinking here. Watch somebody steal it time I get there. All right, we got to move. If we can get, I got to go all the way around the block to get it too. Watch me miss it. I'm going to miss it. I know I am. Ah. It ain't been took yet. There's that's Adam's paralegal right there. That's his lawyer's paralegal that just walked by me. Watch me miss this shit. I'm gonna go all the way around the block and not be able to get it. Watch. I ain't gonna run because I want to bust my ass. Damn it. Hold on, guys. Oh man, this car will not let you go unless you put the seatbelt on. That's the weirdest shit. It took me 30 minutes to figure out how to make the car move earlier. Now I'm gonna lose that spot and not be able to get this other spot. Somebody just got pulled. I probably should have just waited. trying to get in this 10-hour parking zone. Dude, do not take this turn. Got it. Did I get it? Did somebody steal it? Somebody stole it that quick. Damn it. Damn it. This cameraman got me. He got me that fast. He got me that damn fast. You slick ass dude. Ah! I knew it. I knew it. He just got it too. Just got my spot. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, back to where we were. If somebody didn't take that spot. Yep. Nope, they didn't get me. Okay, guys, let's take the walk into the courthouse. This is the closest we're going to get. Now, where did my ticket go that was in the window? Shit! Y'all told me without that ticket. Okay, that's 10:30. I got to be back in the car by 10:30. What I got? I don't need my laptop. I'm going to put all this stuff up. I don't even need it. I just need my phone with me. Okay, remember, guys, I got to be out my car at 10:33 to pay parking again. $8:48. You have time. Okay. Give the camera guy the stink eye. I know, right? Stole my damn parking spot. Glad I didn't run. Damn it. Woo! That wind is blowing. Got everything I need. Woo. Holy shit. Okay, now, is this dude leaving? I ain't doing it again, though. Nah, he's just sitting in the car. No, he is leaving. Ain't that some shit? I'll just come out at 10:30 and pay for parking again. It said 2 hour max, though, so I'm not quite sure. But I'm going to go inside, pull up Court TV. I'm going to go ahead and jump out of here. I will be back shortly with you guys. I'll take a little break in about an hour and come back out and chop it up with y'all and let y'all know what's going on. But stay tuned.
All rise for the jurors, please. Please be seated.
Honor for the state, please call criminalist Katie Swain to the stand. If I could just remind you that even though you did take your oath yesterday, you are still under oath today. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, thank you. When we left off yesterday afternoon, at the end of the day, we had been speaking about the DNA profile that you were able to see on specifically the state's exhibit, the pink toothbrush. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And I believe you had given us a statistic recently about a 1 in 100 sextillion.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And so if you could just clarify one more time for the jury to understand, what does that 1 in 100 sextillion mean in terms of the profile, and comparing the profile that was seen on that toothbrush to the known profiles you were able to generate from Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey?
So that's 100 sextillion times the more likely that toothbrush came from a child from those two particular people than from other random people.
And specifically a female child from those two people, correct?
Correct. It was a female profile.
All right. And so in that profile, and one thing, if you could please explain for the jurors in terms of some of the things when you're looking certainly for differences between males and females when you have an X versus a Y chromosome, if you could explain that to the jurors, what the difference there is.
For the gender?
Yes, please.
Right. So males have an X and a Y, so that everyone is going to get an X from their mother because females only have 2 X's to give. So when an egg is formed, it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings as part of your work?
I'm sorry, I did. Yes.
Okay. And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers.
If you had a chance to look at that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, you may.
Ms. Swango, I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report. And that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, was the information fresh in your mind from the work that you just completed on the swabs?
Yes.
So I'd ask you to review it for a quick moment. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day. Okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up. So does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it. And if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them.
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can, usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all 3 of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female. But in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
And let's stick with those 3 swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was, when I get the file, I do have information, some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to, are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not.
No.
Okay. And I believe you yourself, you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
Okay. I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person and it was a male.
It was from male?
Male, yes.
Not female?
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Let me hand those to you from this one. That particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago, dated January 19th.
No.
All right. Do you recognize the three documents I've given you there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February 20, oh, sorry, they're out of order. A June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes. Yes.
Feel free for a moment to review. And then
I think I was incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right. And everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Swangel, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one for Adam Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the 1 in 100 sextillion. With those three profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
The only place that we would have to share anything would be with the national database, and I believe the profile from the toothbrush was sent to them for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that is what happened. And then the profile from Adam Montgomery was put in.
Into that database.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swangel. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions, and you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. Just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So one of your first duties, you said that you had two sort of roles in this case?
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology. So you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of the things don't simply, let's take swabs where people think the collector thinks it's possible blood. Okay.
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
And if it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay. So these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6.
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay. And one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay. One of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were both
Okay.
negative and both sent for DNA.
All right. So let's talk about, let's do them both together. You're right. BEO5 or 6 was negative for blood, but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab. Yes.
Okay. But BEO5,
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO5 was
Yes.
negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion,
In the DNA portion.
that's the report that he took away. So I think so. But it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you? Okay, so I have messed this up and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm going to back up so that we have it. BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BEO6.
So
correct.
here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO6, right?
Yes.
And then in BEO6, there's no DNA.
Correct.
And then BEO5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis. And you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA. Yes.
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one,
That's correct.
and you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence of at least one of those multiple 2 or more DNAs was male.
Correct.
And the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been 2 males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Correct.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT 1 through 4, were you aware of where those swabs were obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense. Yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in? Not quarantined.
Room temperature.
Okay.
What are you?
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right. So they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that goes from, could go from very, very hot for a while to very, very cold for a while, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And, but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now the JMT1, 2, and 3 had DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those three. Oh, sorry if I look.
Sure,
The report again.
please.
1, 2, and 3. Right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those 3.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BE05, right?
Correct.
And it could have been a male and a male?
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample, whether it was male and male, male and female, female, male, etc.
Right. All of those choices apply because there's only 2 genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender?
Could have been.
Could have been all of mixed gender?
Correct.
Could have been 2, could have been more than 2.
It could. Generally, our wording is if we say more than 1, it usually means we think it's 2. If we think it's more than 2, we generally would write more than 2, etc. But when it's very low, it is difficult to tell for sure.
Okay. So here it could have been multiple, but what you saw is more than likely 2.
Correct, because it's more than 1, and I did not write that it's more than 2.
Okay.
So yes.
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
Correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it, and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology, something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring.
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car, yes.
And nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much. We'd ask for this witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
I think not at this time. There's one more criminalist, perhaps, and then I will give an answer.
I think it's a no, Your Honor, so that's.
Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah.
start the witness.
All right, you may step down.
Okay.
You're not excused from the subpoena.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this team calls Scott Ryan.
Let me just step out to instruct the last witness. Thank you.
stand and just raise your right hand.
Right, yeah, sorry.
Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat and make a pleasure.
Good morning.
To push that.
Yes.
Good morning, Detective Riley. How are you today?
Doing well. Good morning.
And sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Riley, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Riley, SCOTT RILEY,
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
On and off my whole life.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Mr. Riley, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms.
Is that, what kind of work is that?
Interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester, I went there in 2007, and I spent, I think, maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years. And then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to urgent calls, anything from traffic stops to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years. If I recall, I don't really know exact. I think it was maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
And you also mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in that role?
Investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years by a few months.
Earlier, you mentioned prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in 2004. I worked there from 2004 to 2007. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
Mr. Riley, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I want to switch gears, Officer Riley, or I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you, were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division because when it first came in, it was fast paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting and they would decide, you're doing this today. There was nothing specific. And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages. I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment. Whatever was needed, they just assigned it to us and kind of we ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on deck?
It was in the beginning, yes.
I mentioned a missing persons investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it change to?
It changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
I was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Can you describe your response to the Families in Transition Shelter that day?
We were told to go out there and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean, the crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the Families in Transition Shelter. Did you, subsequent to that, after getting that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the Families in Transition Shelter?
I did.
If I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review those items. Paying specific attention to this page and this page. Are you aware of what those documents?
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to strike ID of State's Exhibit 93 and Marcus Vote.
You just do.
and overruled in part.
Your Honor, it's fine to publish States Exhibit 93.
No objection.
I'm gonna leave these with you, Mr. And I'd just like to walk through what those documents are with the jury. If you could start with the first page, the room information. Feel free to use the screen behind you. Do you see the individual's name in the top left?
Yes.
Can you read that for the jurors?
Adam Montgomery.
In what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying in?
Room 1,
What were the dates associated with his stay?
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
Let's go to the next document. This is work order number A11010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for the fit.
And can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slight odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
And what was the unit number associated with that?
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit number is associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant was staying.
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
What was the date associated with?
February 21st of 2020.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th.
Correct.
So this is the day after he left.
Correct.
Let me approach your Honor. Detective Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked and previously published as States Exhibits 31 through 34, and what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification. Can you take a look at each of those in turn? I'm going to take these records back from you. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the. Are you going to put them on the screen too? You want me to?
I'm going to put them on the screen, but
Okay.
if you can just
Just this one.
talk to me about
Okay.
not show the judge.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the families in transition, which I'm going to call fit for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building. And the second is second picture is
Hold on.
oop.
Attorney Knowles, him saying second picture, I need him to identify what he's looking at by the
Mr.
exhibit
Riley,
number,
if you could
please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
Is it this number right here?
Yep.
Okay. So number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside unit 1. It's a picture inside the room. Number 33 is another picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling. Number 34 is a picture of the vent, our area of interest, one of them. Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at the an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. There's and then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut. It was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 38, 39, 38. A and 39.
So 38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper.
39A.
39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the room. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the ceiling.
And do you recognize the items?
I do.
Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from State's exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34, just 35 through 39B.
30 through 34 have been previously published.
I see, okay. Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Detective Riley, when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there. The image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that location?
That's the front of the fit, yes.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stewart Coswick, Rayhill, Deputy Duffs, William Duffs is his name. Tufts, I'm sorry, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There was a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the
Captain Layton
individuals
was
that you
there.
just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one. Yes.
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
Mr. Riley, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images. Can you tell the jurors what you actually did?
So you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2. The doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
This is 01.
can you, so Unit 1 is on the left And where's unit 2?
right here on the right. Right down this-
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The wall separating the two.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Sir, you just need to speak into the microphone
sorry.
when you're speaking
Yep,
so that everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but
Yep.
And did you make any impressions when you, did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized.
That's unit 1.
And was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the families in transition?
I have no idea.
Tenants?
Not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived.
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
And do you see it in the image there?
I do. It's the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
There's a number next to that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions, Detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
Did you do anything with that vent while you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent. I pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
Was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame. But the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did after.
What did you observe did you look into the opening that
I
you
did.
created?
I did.
You observed when you,
As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I knew I could smell a dead body. What I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
what is decomposition?
When a person dies, their body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't get.
And can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
I mean, I've been to many, many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was, it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. That correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me. It's hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you could see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been something had been in that area.
Mr. Riley, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to that area of dusting that you're discussing.
Right here. You can see here, this is different. It's the composition is very different between the two. It was clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that? If you could point it out on the screen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the? At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And is that it?
It is.
About 16 inches across?
Approximately. It varied in size.
Let's talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
As a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain. When I started cutting, we changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day, or
I was not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating?
I was.
How long did it take? You said you removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably, from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did, because of the lighting. It was.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. And I am helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER 3D?
It sounds right. Yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah, Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Correct.
You mentioned butcher paper.
Yes.
Do you see that in this image?
Yes, you can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was standing on. I had the ceiling. I'm not very tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it. And then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room, and then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling while you were processing it?
I don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
No. Well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Riley, I want to switch gears. At some point in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because they had no was too big. You couldn't fit it in a like plane. It turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it, and they said sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport, and I know that the size, I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car, and it fit, and I drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the.
DNA Labs
Yes.
International.
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who if anyone were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida.
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes, many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa or was
No,
that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil.
Heil.
Yes. Just a timing thing, so they assigned him to go.
And how did you come back with the item?
We flew down, we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full.
Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times?
At all times, yes.
And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times?
We were.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Just a few, but I think I have.
Oh,
That's what
I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
Right. Doesn't have to go live. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I do not have very many questions, but you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or the 4th. I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at a fit shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. So I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time I believe I talked to her. We were at Fit, outside of Fit.
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay. And that was a recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her arrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing Harmony?
Yes. I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview. Yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while.
Yeah. Yes, it was. It was
And
pretty
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty, I don't mean to call it random. You just
It
were
was.
jumping here, there, and
It
everywhere,
was very
right?
Random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was, sorry, to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit G. Do you recognize this document?
It's okay to remove it out of here?
Yes. You have it.
Okay. I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's a note that she had, that was, I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room,
Okay.
in her cell, sorry.
Okay, and so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized,
Yes,
and you were assigned to go and take the note.
correct.
And did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay, and do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report. I don't remember the date. I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
If I showed you a copy of a report, would that help
It would-
refresh your
it would.
recollection?
It would. It's just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me, from the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Yes.
And why you have these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't do anything about evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment, you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But from the moment that you collect it, you're gonna make sure that there's virtually no change. One of the ways that you do it is to collect it and put it in a container.
Correct.
Okay, it might be something like an evidence bag,
Could be.
and it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be. Yes.
And in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag, but I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay,
It probably was ours because I believe I took copies of this, so I believe this would be our bag. I may
Okay.
be mistaken.
and that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
condensation and affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure.
So
Yes.
you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed just as a product of the bag it's contained in, right?
Correct.
But other evidence items might have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know, once this is taped, that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Sustained.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I mean, I guess
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay,
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original sealing.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence, we can track anybody who has had access
It's
to it.
reasonable. Yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Yes, officer.
Officer Riley, you were asked about interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
Note G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who is they?
The
They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to, I mean, I'm not sure what.
Specifically with respect, and let me back up. You were asked about tiles. Did you collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles. They were collected, yes. I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes.
And this wasn't ceiling tiles. This was the actual ceiling.
This was drywall. Yes.
Do you remember what the drywall was connected to?
It was connected to metal studs, metal framing.
Metal framing.
Yes.
So that's what you collected.
Yes.
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
If needed, yes, I did.
Why was that?
Because it was sweating so much, it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face. So I wasn't sure if I could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes,
And that's for many detectives, correct?
yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Sorry. The prosecutor asked about how the December 31, 2021 interview ended. And with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney, yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said
Yeah,
the story was.
yes,
That Adam had driven off with Harmony and she,
Approach.
so the note that essentially entered the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right?
correct.
But it also included that she didn't know anything more. Go talk to Adam. He wouldn't talk to
Yes.
her.
What's up, guys? Okay,
Sorry
I had to
about
pay
my
my toll,
misreference to the ceiling
parking.
tiles.
So it's okay.
so I'm heading back up to the courtroom now. So
And again, that
the pictures
volunteer
are
of the
hard to
DNA
watch.
sample is,
You know, the blood
a lot of
stains.
stuff can affect an item, and you want to make
Hey, guys.
sure if there's an item of evidence
Still cold as shit out here.
that is revealing
So
information
we're going
that
back
nobody
in now.
that they
I
can
don't
check
think they're
your
far
DNA,
from taking a break.
compare and see maybe it's that versus something else.
Correct.
And
If
plus, we're
there's
going to go to all the
questions
locations
about
today
perhaps
that they
DNA
went with the
being
jury.
okay.
So I got 2 more hours of parking until 12:33. Okay, that's my next time. Don't let me forget. 12:33 Eastern Standard. I got to pay to park before they tow my shit.
And by the way, note
Hurry, Adam is
sheet
there. No,
that
he's
you
not.
collected
I
from the
just walked out
COs.
2 seconds ago.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Make sure y'all
That was
share this
not
video,
the
give it a
note we're
like,
talking about in
all
the
that good
interview.
stuff.
That was the note where
All right.
Kayla
I'll
had
see you
listed
guys when they go to
her
break. Okay. Which shouldn't be long.
desires in
I'm walking
talking
back in now.
to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you may step down. Yes. Our mid-morning break. It's about 10:33, so just after quarter of, we'll come back and resume the evidence. Thank you for your attention. All of my instructions apply today as well. So don't talk about the case, please. Thank you. All rise for the jurors, please. All right, 15 minutes, so 12 for you all.
Okay, pull me full screen. What's up, guys? Okay, 15-minute break. Time I got back in there, they called a break. Okay, so we got about 15 minutes to kill, really about 10, because it took me about 5 minutes to get back up there. You know, because I had to strip down everything, you know, go through the metal detectors, all that stuff. So the officer, I don't know if he's completely done or not yet, because I stepped out to pay the toll for the car. Well, the parking meter. So they didn't tow my ass. So just make sure I got everything locked up. No Adam, no, he's not here. I guess in New Hampshire, you can come to court when you want to come to court. You know, you don't have to be here if you don't want to be here. That's the crazy thing. So it's starting to warm up a little bit out here. Most of the people that are out front, usually they're inside talking about it's too cold. So, but I got a couple hoodies on, beanie. I had to, you know, suit up, get me some warmer stuff. So it's not too bad now. The only bad thing is it's really warm in the court. And anytime you get in there with all this shit on, you're up in there and you're cooking. So I am so hungry that it is unreal. I was sitting in court, I could hear my stomach growling. I should have got some breakfast this morning. But I didn't. Okay. What we do have is some 3-day-old potato chips with some trash in it. Not bad for 3 days. Okay. They stale as hell. That shit was stale as hell. Damn. That shit was like eating paper. That was the stalest potato chip I've ever eaten in my life. You should have packed snacks. You never listened, Dolly. I know I'm starving. I know the girl next to me could hear my stomach growling. I think she's in here taking notes for Jay for Justice. And I'm sitting there, I can hear my stomach growling. I'm thinking in my head, I wonder if this girl can hear my stomach growling, because she's sitting not too, I mean, she's about 2 foot. I got my jacket and shit in between. So she's about 2 foot away, but my stomach was growling loud. I was like, man, I hope one of these microphones don't pick that shit up. It's like, ah. Pillows and snacks are a must. Little Irish girl, I'm not judging, but respect the courts. FFS. Oh, Lord. Okay. So we got to see a lot of the pictures from the attic. That is hard to watch. Okay. To be honest with you, really hard to watch that, where you can see the blood stains and you know she was there and you know that's from her. And you know, they're trying to argue it. It's not, but everybody knows in the court, you can definitely, when they showed the pictures, you could see the jury's face change a little bit. That's when you know it's real. Like when them people are fucking talking, it's boring as hell. But when you get into the realness, you start opening them packages and you're seeing the cooler, you're seeing the blood stains, you start to see that stuff. That's when this stuff is getting real. You can see the difference on people's faces. Like everybody's just bored and shit. Like, I wish this lady stopped talking. But when they get to the pieces of evidence, everybody's locked on. Even me, I was shifting in the seat like JLR. I was like, I got to see these pictures. Right? Because at first they didn't have them on the monitor. They were just showing the pictures. So I kind of slid to where I could see the lawyer looking at them, because I didn't know if they were going to show them. And I was like, how am I going to talk about the pictures with my people if I don't see the pictures, right? So I'm sliding around, trying to look at the pictures, trying to be nosy. And then they popped them up on the screen and I was like, okay, thank God. Okay. 665 lights. What can we do for 1,000? Y'all better get this shit up to $1,000 out here with pneumonia. Okay. It's cold as shit out here. Wind cut right through you like a Ginsu knife. JLR, smash the like button when you come in, turtles. Definitely. I probably should have put a thumbnail that had something to do with Harmony Montgomery and stuff up there, but I didn't. It's just me. But there's still 600 of you guys here with us. I hope people ain't getting bored with this trial. We got to see this man go to prison. We need justice. Okay. And like I was saying, there was a girl that was sitting in here too. She's from another true crime YouTube channel. Okay, so there's a few YouTube channels representing. I believe she gave me her business card, and when she handed it to me, I was like, "Oh, that's what I need." Look, she had these cute little cards. It says crimecurious.com. Her name is Jennifer Knight. Not to dox you, okay, but true crime at Gmail, blah 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 blah. But I definitely need to get me some cards made. That's kind of new. And it's small. It's like a little small little card. She was like, here. And I was like, okay, cool. Thank you. Now I feel like I've been outdone. Y'all ever seen American Psycho? You ever seen the movie American Psycho? Remember what makes him snap in the movie? Did anybody remember the movie? What makes him snap? In American Psycho? Remember, he was doing okay. And he had got this really new business card. And he was happy to show it to everybody, right? He's like, yo, they're going to love this business card. And he was stoked to get his business card. But when he goes in to pull out his business card, the dude, the business cards, right? His buddy pulls out a better business card than he had, right? He pulls it out and he's like, look, it's engraved. It's in bone white, right? And the dude flips the fuck out. Like, that's it. You remember how I said I'm curious of the mind is when somebody snaps, when it's just they had enough. That's it. That's the point that they can't take anymore. In that movie, that was the point that he snapped. It was over the bit. He killed everybody over that damn business card, okay? Because he was mad that he had got outdone with a business card, right? He was like, oh, nah, but that was the point in his mind that he lost it. You know what I'm saying? That he lost his shit because he wanted to have the best business card at his practice. And the dude outdone him. Definitely get cards for Nashville, PJ's World. We will. PJ's been telling me to do this for like forever. So when you meet people, you can go, hey, here, check me out, check me out. But I have a digital card. Like I can tap your phone and it gives it to you. See, I'm funny about the business cards because what if I get a business card, right? And I walk up and hand it to somebody. And I'm like, okay, what if I would have handed that girl my business card, right? And then she would have pulled out a cooler business card than I had, right? Then what do? Then you're in one of those spots where you got to snap, okay? You got to snap at that point because you can't have a cooler business card. Dolly, can you recap the DNA expert? Okay. The DNA expert lady was on point. She didn't miss a beat. She kept correcting the lawyer Smith, defense lawyer Smith. Is that it? That's her name? Smith, I think it is. You know, because she would say things that wasn't accurate. And then she would kind of go back and correct her. Okay, so we're back in court already. Okay, I'm going to head back up there in a minute. All right, well, I guess I'm going to head up there now. I'll see you guys inside. All right, y'all be good.
One brief housekeeping matter
Okay.
for this next particular witness. With regards to the next witness, the state's going to intend to call Detective Raymond Lammy from the Manchester Police Department. This will involve some handling of the pieces of evidence, especially some of the larger pieces of evidence. One of the evidence technicians that happens to work in the Manchester Police Department, David Dido, is present in the courthouse today. We would ask if you would be able to just send your glove up and be able to help handle some of those materials for Detective Lammy rather than having Detective Lammy do all of the work himself, because we will be talking about some of the largest items that we have.
Any objection to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, and can he stay during cross and
Absolutely.
Do
I
this-
think that's
do the
way
same
to
thing?
do it, is to be impartial in terms of his ability to assist the jury in understanding.
so if you want him, if you don't, I'll leave that to you, Attorney Smith, but he'll be available to help manage the larger pieces of evidence if you want that, okay? All right, that's fine. maybe just introduce him. You know, he's not testifying, but I think it might be useful for them to know who he is. Okay, very good. All right, ready to bring in the jurors? Everybody ready? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
NECA. Does that fit through there with that table? Oh, I guess maybe they'll take it out of there. The cart, yeah. The cart will fit?
Yeah.
Okay, that's. You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Raymond Lammy.
In addition, Your Honor, we'd like to call evidence technician David Dido, simply be able to assist with the handling of physical evidence, not to testify.
The objection?
Not objection.
And Detective Lammy, if you can just remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water there in front of you. And Detective Lammy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lammy, Lamy.
And Detective Lammy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lammy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lammy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Generally, what types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, FARO certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the FARO just now. Can you tell the jurors just generally what that is?
A FARO is a 3D device that can map out an area, which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lammy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe your role and participation in that case?
Majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then a vehicle was processed middle to the end of January.
You mentioned the beginning of January. Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
You mentioned tips, and I want to discuss that. Are you aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them?
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor, if I may, excuse me, if I may approach.
Yes.
Detective Lemmy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification. Or for
Yep. I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
And that's the Audi that you processed.
Yes.
Were you working with other officers or detectives during the processing of that vehicle, Detective Lemmy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you to process that vehicle?
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent? Excuse me. Was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the members change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during your time working on that Audi?
I would say it's approximately 271.
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing, or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemistick. And a hemistick basically is a reagent on a strip that, when comes in contact with hemoglobin, will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemistick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemistick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemistick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lemmy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Well, presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin. So we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this, do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case, the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemisticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it. And there were a couple of spots on that that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore a face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area. And I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
So I transitioned from the hemistick to Kastle-Meyer, which is a similar type of test. It's processing using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Kastle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive, and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that 1 was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using hemisticks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a color associated with the Kastle-Meyer test?
Yes, the Kastle-Meyer will turn a bright pink.
And Is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Kalsemeyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with, well,
You
I
can.
think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Kalsemeyer. So it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication. Let's look further at this.
So Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA labs in Florida, to have tested, and they came back as testing positive for blood.
Point, Judge.
And
Say.
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked by identification. States Exhibit 40 through 51. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification. Identification is States Exhibit 40, Exhibits 40 through 51. And I'm just going to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
And Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos.
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without.
Without objection. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Thank you. I'm going to take them back. I'm going to put some up on the screen. We'll go through them. So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the item that you were tasked with processing?
The MER 3D was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're essentially looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling, you wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct,
The shelter, the fit shelter?
correct.
And so what does this image depict?
This image is evidence. I requested that the item be, that I examine the item because we didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes, so it was, this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it, and this is how I found it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Detective Lemmy, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 108. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
And when we discussed your processing of that portion of the ceiling, how did you process it?
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mhm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes, so because the whole piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials, did you still preserve the earlier initials? So MER 3D and then your initials following that?
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Well, other than having photos of it, this helps to show where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes,
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes,
Or at this point, I've moved to strike the ID of States Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published to the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
It may be published.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That states Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
We separated several of the pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact, but then we separated off parts that didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes,
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presume that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
Far left is the letter A next to that cutout. B cutout. C and D are in the stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab, or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that item, MER 3D RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this smaller box, it's right here.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's also showing dark staining running underneath that grid.
I want to move on to RL14. What's depicted in this image?
13 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is. And this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
And I want to look at where that came from in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah, so RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across, and then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece of interest, and approximately at where that thin line is going across, that's where we separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points in or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
I can't tell by looking at it the way it's laying on our workstations if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area where it was a lighter color. And then it didn't, it was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it. And this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's depth to the staining itself.
At the time of your processing, Detective Lemmy, were you aware of other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab?
I was.
Laboratory. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was missing, those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item. And the results came back.
Objection, you're saying?
Sustained.
Not asking you for the results,
Gotcha.
but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of the thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going across, and then this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was down in this area. That's where the initial stain had been. And then RL1 would have been up in this area.
Are you aware of whether there was a vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the vent would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Castle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you use the Castle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, a swab was used, it was dipped in a sterile water, it was rubbed on the staining itself in that area, and then the Castle-Meyer test was applied to it. And once the the couple of drops of the hydrogen peroxide were applied to it, it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lemmy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3 and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lemmy. When you removed the rails from the drywall, did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Detective Lemmy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask that this witness be permitted to move freely with the evidence technician.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So, Detective Lemmy, I'm just going to ask that you remove certain items, and then I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale that you drew.
Do you want us to maintain individual drugs for each piece, each item, or you know?
Yes, please. And Detective Lemmy, if you can start with Exhibit 74, identified as MER 3D RL 13. Detective Lemmy, while he's assisting you, specifically with respect to RL 13, is that one of the items that was sent down to DNA Labs International in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Counsel, while they're doing that, could you approach the student?
ask that you pick it up. I'm sorry to ask, but pick it up and just show it to the jurors if you can. Walk in front of them.
Yeah, actually, when you pick it up, I don't think it needs to be.
All right. And Detective Lemmy, you can set that down. Your Honor, I would move to mark what's been identified as identification state 74 as full, so strike the ID and publish. I missed doing that prior. There's no objection.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So Detective Lemmy, if you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn.
Sure.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that face view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section. And that's what that bottom dark stain was from here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow, if Detective Lemmy can just point that out to the jurors.
He can point it out, yes.
If he can approach closer to the jurors.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing down behind the paper was the dark stain emanating this way. RL3 had been here, you saw a small jut out of dark stain, and the darker is in this section. And RL4 was this piece that ran straight across it.
And if we could just move Exhibit 74, I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
original packaging that the whole piece would come in.
So if it's the wrong number, that's fine. We can move on. Can we go to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 76? That's RL 15.
So just to be clear, that item was the original packaging that MER 3D was in.
So the butcher paper that we saw in the exhibit, that's what it was set on?
Yeah, the first photo that showed it sitting on the table, partially open. All of that paper is what is in there.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
That's 875.
It is. And Detective Lemmy, while you're opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL 15?
So this one is RL 15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL 4 ran all the way across this way. RL 15 is this piece of sheet rock. Stuff like that out. So this piece was not submitted to anyone for us.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see. Your Honor, I would move to strike ID and mark as full, States Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
Right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lemmy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
While they're working on that, counsel, do you want to approach? And Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe what this item is and where it came from, according to your sketch.
So RL 16, you know, I'll keep it consistent as far as how I was holding it for you. That item is running from here up to the end, approximately down this way over. And RL1 railing has not been touching that particular piece because RL 16 is this area right here.
And on your sketch, where is the vent area located?
That's down here.
So this would have been a void, essentially.
Yes.
Let's move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It can be published to the jury.
Detective Lemmy, I want to move to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11. Your Honor, the same with that item. I'd ask that State's Exhibit, what's been identified, marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
Without objection.
I'm sorry, you said 79.
I'm sorry, 78,
Okay, 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
And while that's being opened up, Detective Lemmy, can you just tell the jurors what this item is and where its relative location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
So we're from the same place to the building, opening where the door is on. RO 11.
Was this item submitted to the laboratory?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you, Detective. And if we can move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that's MER 3D, State's Exhibit 79. State's Exhibit 80 for identification. And 80 is RL 3A.
So 79 remains for identification. Is that accurate? So I have 75, 75, and 79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Jay
Yes, Judge.
And while that's being open, Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe where that item was collected from in relation to the sketch of the portion of that ceiling.
RL 3 is the middle there. RL 4.
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 80. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
This is the metal rail. This is how the orientation would have been according to holding up to that chart. Running down, RL4 was running across this way.
And Detective Lamy, if you can just show them the underside of that rail.
This is the side closest to RL4 that was running across.
And was this item submitted to the lab in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, when you're ready, I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12. Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full of State's Exhibit 81 and publish it in the jury.
No objection.
The idea is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury once it is opened.
Detective Lamy, while that's being opened, can you please describe for the jurors where this piece of evidence came from in relation to that portion of the ceiling using the sketch that you found?
This was actually.
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
So RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate them when we processed this because we didn't want to cause any damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
You mentioned a smell when you removed rails. Is this the rail that you're referring to?
Correct.
Sorry, I wasn't near a mic. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
Yes, it was. This would be the orientation as we found it. This would have been the grid opening in RL4 and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
When you say the grid opening, that's the void you were referring to.
Yes.
Detective Lamy, was this item also sent to the laboratory in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, thank you. I've noted your questions for the defense.
Finish, I'll get him back on the stand. That's okay. Do it. Thank you. And sir, when you're ready, if you would just retake the stand for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Mhm.
You were involved in the processing of that?
Yes, I was.
And you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
And that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
Let's talk about that, some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes,
JP standing for?
James Pittman.
And a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Penman, you decided to have submitted to the lab.
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
If I could review my report.
You most certainly may. Actually, if I were to, are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
I am going to, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Do you recognize that document?
This was not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note from the collection of the Audi.
Yes.
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
It should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you.
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
has not been marked, but for bait stamps purposes, it's 3026. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers. What the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without
Okay.
looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225.
Okay, guys. Pop me up on full screen for a minute. Okay, we're at 20 Marketplace. This is the methadone clinic that they were at right here. This is the parking lot that they parked with Little Harmony in, and they waited. Okay, I just want to give you guys a look at this. This is the parking lot, and this is 20 Market Street. This is where they were at when they were sitting waiting to go to the Burger King. Okay, why? Kayla went in first. She went into this building right over here. We're going to walk over here to it real fast. So I'm going to take y'all on this field trip today. They're about to go to lunch in court. They done showed all the evidence, but this is 20 Market Street, guys. I want to show you the address on the door. Okay. 20 Market Street. This is the methadone clinic where Kayla and Adam were at right after he left here. He stopped at an intersection and he was beating Harmony Montgomery in the head. Okay.
Did some of those include
we still got
specimens
court stuff
from
going
the
on.
floor mat?
But this is the location of the methadone clinic. I want to give y'all guys a good look at the parking lot. Pop me back up on full screen. Okay. So she would have been waiting somewhere parked right out here in this parking lot. Well, Adam would have been sitting in the car with Harmony. And then as she comes out of Market Street, he goes in to get his medicine. Now, we hear a lot about, she was hungry. She didn't so much care about Harmony being beat. Like, while that kid was being beat, she was worried about eating her food, a croissant from Burger King. We're going to go to that location also. Prayers to Little Harmony Montgomery. Hopefully they find him guilty and he gets the rest of his life in prison. I think there should be no deals for Kayla. Just say no, guys. Drugs are bad. You don't want to end up showing up to one of these places every day, a damn methadone clinic, and beating your damn baby in the parking lot. Okay, it's super sad. I'm going to go to the next location. We're going to jump back over to court, and I'll see you guys when we get to the next location. Okay, so stay tuned. We're going to hit a few of these spots.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains. He did not list the color.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Take a look at 224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, sir.
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel. Does that
Mm.
ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab?
Correct.
I now want to turn to your use of blood stain reagents, latent blood stain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used Hemostix,
Yes, sir.
Kasselmeyer.
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring.
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the process of that Sebring, does you
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
and that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to overcollect.
About 2022
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
at some point.
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe by 2 different people. One of them was Donna Demers. I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Badero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020,
I do not.
2021,
No.
2022?
It had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Thank you, Detective Lemmy.
No recross.
You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't watch any social media. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in an hour, so please be back at 1:15. All right, 1:15, everybody. Thank you so much.
All right, adjourn.
Do we need to rewrap, or what do you need to do processing wise?
I would ask that Mr. Dido be able to repackage the items that he wrote.
Okay, one minute. All right, they can do it now. I just asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Dave, Ray down. He's done. I'm sorry. Do you want Ray down? Jamie, any objection to?
Hey guys, okay, I am back with you. We are at the Colonial Village Apartments, as you can see. I am the very back parking lot where they had their car parked. This is the dumpster. I don't know if you guys can see it. Remember they said they were parking by the dumpster. Okay, in the very back parking lot. This is the very back parking lot of the Colonial Village Apartments. Remember they said something about the snowbanks that sat beside the dumpster? Now tell me how real it gets now, right? Now you get to really look. And these snowbanks are still here, just like they said. So right around this area, if you look, there's train tracks back here. And he was probably hiding a baby. I got 20% battery. I got to plug my battery. There's some clothes or something right there. But he was probably hiding this baby back here. And you can see some stuff's been thrown back here like a mattress. And he said that they would stick the baby behind the dumpster where the snowbank was. So it's just crazy. You get out here and the snowbanks are still here. There's the dumpsters. There's the apartment where Tone Capone lived. Okay, Mr. Tone Capone. So guys, I still need the address to the Burger King and the address to the intersection. Okay. But this is the Colonial Apartments. Let me cut my vehicle off. We're going to take a little walk around. I want to give y'all a little bit better look at this place. Okay, so let's just take a little stroll around Colonial Village Apartments. It's nice. I was thinking it'd be a little more hood because, you know, the guy was out here selling crack and heroin. There's the dumpster. We parked right beside it. That's probably where they parked. That's the scary thing. Now, there is a dumpster down there, but you can see there's no, the memorial is at Union Street. Okay. So there is another dumpster down there. So we will go check that. I smell weed out here too. All right. Somebody's smoking. 644 Union Street. Make sure when you send me the address, you tell me what it is so I know where I'm going next. Okay. So this is where everybody was at. This is the Colonial Village Apartments. The sign is at the very front, but I drove to the back because they said it was the back around to the right, and that's where I went. So when you look back here, you can see the dumpsters back there. This is the very back parking lot of where Tone Capone lived. All right. And this is the last location that Harmony Montgomery lived her little life, was right out here. Colonial Village Apartments. Like I said, it's not ran down. It's not ghetto. You don't think there'd be a dead baby. It does smell like weed, though. You don't think it would be a dead baby laying beside a dumpster or in a snowbank like that. Right on the water. I'm surprised they didn't chunk her into the river. Seeing that's what's going on. I think the courts are at lunch. I'm not positive, but I'm just trying to get everything ran down for you guys while we're here. We're going to drive down to these other dumpsters real quick just to make sure, because this is where they were at for sure. I mean, it's identical. The chat is saying the same Burger King address I said. Okay, good. All right, so we're going to hit those locations. Hold on, I got to put my seatbelt on, guys, because this car won't let you move without seatbelt. It won't even let you drive the car. That's the craziest shit. It locks up the brakes. Like, watch. See how the car won't move? That is crazy. As soon as I put the seatbelt on, it took me a while to figure this out, too. All right, look at that. Car moves. Go figure that shit. All right. Oh, I see who's smoking the bud. There's a dude over here smoking a blunt. That's what it was. Is that Tone? No, that ain't Tone. He lives in Tone Capone's apartment. Be like, hey, man, you know Tone Capone? You know where I can find Tone? I already asked him. Be like, you know where I can find Tone? Okay, we got another dumpster down here. We're going to go check it out real quick. Because this is where they were parked. I don't know exactly which dumpster they were parked by, but as you can see, we got this one right here, which has a little snowbank behind it. But I'm thinking down there was the most secluded. And you're thinking, guys, why is Dolly not panning the camera where we can see the full screen? Because I'm going to upload these onto TikTok, okay? And on TikTok, you can only have the vertical screen, okay? So this will also go on to TikTok after I'm done with it. Because I got to get my TikTok up. If you haven't, sub me up. Dolly's True Crime on TikTok. Once I hit 1,000, I can go live from TikTok. Okay, we got another dumpster here. Break down bones? Is that what that says? Oh, boxes. I thought it said break down bones. I was like, damn, that's crazy. It says break down boxes. Burger King. Okay, we're going to Burger King next because I need food. All right, there's another little snowbank, and this is the back parking lot where Harmony Montgomery was at. Now, if you was trying to be, low key, far away from everything as possible, we got a little dog park right there. There's also this dumpster there, but there ain't really no place to hide nothing right there. You see what I'm saying? If you put it behind that fence, some houses would see it. So I'm thinking that very first dumpster we were at was Little Harmony's final resting places, okay? So make sure y'all throw a little prayer out there for that little girl today. Okay, I need to plug my phone in. Let me take a second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're going to dive. I'm trying to get all the locations and still back to court for you guys. So I'm taking my lunch and we just grinding today. We just grinding, okay? And the weather's nice. And the weather's, that's the wrong cord. Shit. Hold on. I gotta get the right cord for my phone. Okay, I got your message on the Burger King, PJ. I'm heading that way in just a minute. As soon as I find the cord to my phone. All right, here we go. All right, let's plug this in. All right, guys, we are heading to the Burger King next. I'm going to jump to my jump screen. That way I can drive and I don't want to wreck. So I ain't going to be live with y'all while I'm driving. Next location is the Burger King. I will be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, okay? Because this is the stuff you guys wanted to see. Wait, matter of fact, I'll do this. I'll let y'all see all of Colonial Apartments before we leave, okay? Let me turn this sideways. I'll put you in the windshield, and I'll let y'all drive with me out the apartment complex so y'all get to see the whole complex. Give y'all a little bit clearer view. All right, there you go. This is Colonial Apartments. See, as you can see, we came around to the very back. But there's a lot of little cubbies. This apartment complex is pretty big. But that's where they were at. They were back there because that address is what Tone's address was right by that first dumpster I went to. So if they were parking by his house, they would have parked right there. But this is, of course, Colonial Village Apartments. I'll show y'all the sign in just a second when we get up here. And then I'm going to have to jump off so you guys, I can drive. Okay, hold on. Y'all can see Colonial Village. All right. Y'all see the Colonial Village sign? Okay. So jump back over to the jump screen, and I'm going to go to this Burger King. I'll see y'all shortly.
Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack in your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry and your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly, the creator of Dolly's Luxurious Lather Bars, the best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Here at Dolly, we take every crack, flap, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly, and we carry some of your favorite scents such as raspberry lemonade, pink sugar, our version of Love Spell, Caribbean Haze, and a ton more. To add the full luxury to your bath experience, don't forget to check out Dolly Voodoo Candles. They will cast a spell right into the air that will leave you relaxed, rejuvenated, refreshed. So what are you waiting for? Get over to www.buydollysoap.com. Save yourself 10% on your entire order when you use promo code WASHYOURFLAPS. Remember, keep your ass cracks and your titty flaps clean. Look forward to your order. Be shipping out to you soon. I'm Dolly. See you guys later.
Hey guys. Okay, what's up guys? Blow me up full screen. Okay, we're getting ready to pull up to the Burger King right now. As y'all can see, it's sitting right there. Okay, so we're about to pull up to the Burger King. Not only are we going to get out here and show you what the Burger King looks like, this is the last place that they went to get food. I'm starting to get a little rundown of the area, how they came. So this is the road they would have traveled to get to the Burger King. These are the lights that he must have been beating her at. I'm starting to see the picture a little bit better of what happened to Harmony Montgomery, you know, in them last moments. Taking this route, you know, you see which way they went. It's a really nice area. And can you just imagine, he stopped at this light and was beating this baby in the head at the exact light we're sitting at right now. So let's get through here. Let's get over here to the Burger King. Now look, I'm going to take y'all to, this will be the last location before we head back to court because lunch is almost over and I'm going to get me something here. I don't really like Burger King, but you know, this is the last thing they ate. And I guess this is the last thing I'll eat before court. And then after court, we'll take you to a few more locations, the intersection where she died, the fit, the place where she was living, maybe her mother's house. I'm not quite sure. But let's get out. Let's take a little look around. And this is the last location they were known to have stopped at on that tragic day. Okay, well, they broke down in an intersection, but before they broke down in that intersection, this is the Burger King that they were at. Okay, and Elm Street is where they broke down. Okay, well, I'm on that right now. Maybe we will hit the corner, the intersection where she died then. Okay, because I'm right here by it. I figured I was since I was at the Burger King, so take a little look. This is the last location. That is the street that she was on. That's where the red lights were. Okay, right across from the urgent care. Yes, it's on the way back. Okay, good. Good. So I'll give y'all a little rundown. You know, of course, they left Colonial Village, and Kayla said she was hungry. Okay, she was hungry, and she wanted some Burger King. So they made their way from the Colonial Village apartments down this road right here in front of us. You see that road? That's how you get here. So they come this way, and they turn into the parking lot right here into this Burger King. Now, of course, I'm assuming they went through the drive-through because you go through the drive-through that way. You see the drive-through over there? That's the drive-through that way. So they went over there, they ordered, they circled around this way through the drive-through window. But this is where they covered up Harmony Montgomery with the blanket, okay? So that the people in the Burger King didn't see the little girl had black eyes. Apparently, was bloody because Adam, she also said that Adam had dried up blood on his hands, okay? So apparently there were certain people he didn't want to know he beat on his kid. Apparently he didn't want the Burger King workers to know that he was beating on his child all the way to this place. And, and this is the point where it gets sad, where Kayla says, she's reaching back there, she's setting food, and Harmony is gurgling and making all these crazy noises. And she's hearing it in this parking lot, leaving this parking lot. Okay, yes, I'm going to try to get one more spot, get me some food, and then we have to come back this afternoon and show these locations. We will, but I got to eat. I got to get back to court. Okay, so this is the Burger King. We're going to walk inside. I'll end it with walking in. So, door is broken. Door is broke. How the hell you get in the place? All right, guys, let me get my food. All right, YouTube. We are at the corner. Blow me up on the book screen. You wipe this Burger King off my mouth. Okay, we are at the corner of Elm. Here's the gas station behind me that they pulled over at. That's the gas station. Okay, let me jump back over here so I can post this on TikTok. We are walking up on the intersection right now of where they broke down at. Right here is where Harmony, they found out that Harmony was dead. Right here at this intersection, guys. Right here. All right. So they broke down at this location. I guess, you know, the tow truck met them over there in this parking lot. We're going to walk over to this parking lot in just a second. But this is the intersection we're crossing. They were broke down right there at this intersection. This is where the tow truck driver met him. He pulled up over here. He said, out the way of the pumps. I remember he said that. Okay, so this is the gas station that they were at when they realized that she was dead. So they were at this intersection, and I'll give you a big blow up of it in a second. But I just wanted to show y'all everything over here. So he said he pulled up out the way of the gas pumps. So I'm assuming he pulled right in this general area. You know, so he wasn't blocking anything. So I'll give y'all a full view. All right, we'll take the walk. This is the corner. Oh, I'm upside down. All right, here we go. All right, so there you have it. This is the location that they realized that Harmony Montgomery was no longer with us. And let me tell you, it is cold, and we're going to head back to the courthouse. I will take you to the other locations in a few minutes. Let me walk down here to at least the street crossing. That way I don't get ran over. And if I do get hit, at least I can sue. This is the gas station, guys. Okay? This is where they towed the vehicle from. This is where Tone Capone and Adam Montgomery came and met the tow truck driver. Remember? The tow truck driver said it was two men. He didn't say a man and a woman. He said two men. And what two men were there? There was Adam and there was Tone Capone. All right? So we're at the intersection right now of where this all took place. Okay? That's the gas station. That's the intersection where little Harmony Montgomery lost her life. So let's pray there's some justice. Let's head back to court. And look, I'm starting to think, look down the road, look. These are the red lights that he beat Harmony at. Okay? These are the headlights. These are the red lights. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 red lights between here and that Burger King that he could have possibly stopped and beat Harmony at. Now, here's the thing that makes Kayla look like a liar. When you in a car, okay, let's get in the car so I can show y'all. Oh, shit, I just lost my glasses. Right. So he stops at a red light. Harmony is sitting over here, okay? She's sitting over here in a Sebring. So he's turning around and he's beating this kid. Look, I can't even reach. Leaning over the seat, I can't even reach back there. I mean, I might be able to hit you if you like right here. But look how busy traffic is during the day on this busy ass road. Okay, this busy ass road. You got all this traffic on. You don't think nobody would have seen him reaching in the back seat, punching somebody at a red light? Look, there's cars every time the light cycles change. There's vehicles. So I'm having a hard time thinking he was beating this baby driving down the street. I know that goes against what they're saying, but I'm just saying it looks like it'd be a little difficult to do that. Okay. After court, we'll take you to the fit center. We'll take you to whatever's left, her mama's house. I think we just passed the Dunkin' Donuts. That had to be the Dunkin' Donuts because everything's going to be in this general area, and we haven't went to the pizza shop, but the pizza shop is closed. So let's get some heat blowing. PJ, send me the address back to the courthouse, okay? Because I don't have the address saved. So send me the address to the courthouse so I can get back to the courts before everything starts back up. And Joy just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Joy. Thank you for joining us on the field trip today. You paid your admission, okay? Did you get your note signed by your mom? Okay. Everybody got their note signed. You got to have it signed or you can't take the field trip. You can't take the field trip if you don't bring back in your funds and you don't bring in the paper sign. Y'all know how school works. You know how it works when you go on a field trip. Okay. You got to pay and you got to bring a note signed by your mama. Okay. Or your daddy. Or your sister that acts like she's your mama. That's what I used to do. Okay. Every time I needed a note from my mom, it came straight from my sister. On road. Hold on. Okay. I know it's 300 something. All right. All right. So y'all got to see. What do we see? We've seen Colonial Village. We went to the methadone clinic. We've been to the intersection where they said they found her dead. Okay. This is a busy intersection, guys. Look how many people out here. So they're literally out here in the middle of the daytime sticking a baby in the damn duffel bag. Okay, I'll see you guys at court in a few minutes, and then we'll take the rest of the field trip. Make sure you like this video. We better have 1,000. I'm never taking you on a field trip again. I promise. Okay? We ain't got 1,000 likes. No more Dolly field trips. Okay? I look like Popeye with this hat on. I'll see y'all soon. Okay, what up, YouTube? I'm back. Back at the courthouse. I take it court hadn't started yet. There is this on a pole. Look, missing child. Harmony Montgomery, missing since October 2019 from Manchester, New Hampshire, but reported missing December 2021. She is blind in her right eye and should be wearing glasses. Picture, or most recent picture taken of Harmony when she was 5 years old. $137,000 reward offered.
Yeah, he still won't say where he put her body at.
Yeah, I know. I was just up in the courtroom. He hasn't told yet. Okay, so the locals know. You see the locals, the little lady in the park, homeless lady in the park. See, even the homeless people know better out here. They're like, he won't tell where her body is. It is sad. It's super sad. And y'all seen the location of where they found her dead? It's a really busy area. It's not even far from the court. It's 6 minutes away. Everything is in within a 10 minutes distance from the courthouse. We still haven't went to the mother's house. We haven't went to the fit center. But we've seen everything else. You know, we've seen the intersection. We've seen the Burger King. We've seen the methadone clinic, Colonial Village Apartments. And if I had more time, we would have hit all of it. But I wanted to be back in time for the last bit of court because they're going over a lot of the evidence. And this is stuff that I want to see. Hey. So, I may head back to VA.
Why?
Well, probably tomorrow. I can only stay here so long.
Going till the 29th.
This is going to the 29th?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lord. I
We
can't
got
say
like 70 witnesses.
70 witnesses.
Yeah.
Well, I may be back. I got to come back up here for the Karen Reed stuff anyway.
They got a lot of stuff.
So,
Oh, did I show you the picture I took of their house?
did you get a picture of whose house? Which house did you go to?
Guilford Street.
Oh, you went to the Guilford Street house? I ain't been there yet.
You want a picture?
Well, I'm going to go by it as soon as court's over.
Let me show you what.
We just went to the Burger King. We went to the
did you?
interception. We went to Colonial Village Apartments and to the methadone clinic.
I should have went with you. Let me get my pictures. Where am I?
How far is the Guilford Street house from
Not
here?
far. Not far at all. A couple miles. 2 miles.
I got to still go by the Guilford house. I got to go by the Fit Center and the mother's house. It's the last 3 locations I ain't hit.
Right here. Can you see it?
Uh-huh.
That's the front.
That's in the window?
Yeah, that's in the window.
Why do they have a picture of him in the window?
It says
Adam
Adam
Montgomery
Montgomery.
killed Harmony. Justice for Harmony. Oh, so is that the new homeowners?
Yeah, that's the house. That's what it looks like now, and that's the sign. See, 77.
Oh, wow.
Pretty
Yeah, I'm
cool,
going over
huh?
there after court.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Pretty
going to
cool,
go up
right?
there.
I
Has-
wonder if they saw
Who
that on
lives
the
in
view.
there?
I don't know.
I might go knock up on the door and see what they say about that sign.
I like ran up to the house. I was like took a picture real quick. The houses are like right on top of each other.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm getting ready to walk back up in the court. As soon as I get a little break, I'll come out and let y'all know what's going on. Y'all be good. Yeah, I just went on a little field. Well, if you could get out here, like, you know how you said the dumpster was there with the snowbank?
remain standing and just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth and with the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, Ms. Redwich, and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich. First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher. And then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist. And then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms. Ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence. And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item. And then we decide on proper storage for long-term purposes for that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Ms. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell. That'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
So, Ms. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in criminal justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester Police Department?
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws, make sure we're adhering to that. Stay up to date with our CALIA standards, which is accreditation for the police department, make policy changes as necessary to reflect that. And then I keep up with, technological advances. We work closely with the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab as far as different analysis that they're doing, keeping up with that Association for Property and Evidence, as well as we work closely with the FBI and the ATF, and kind of always maintaining a constant communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Now, Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears, and I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large-scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point, it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point, it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Ms. Radwich, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And I want to discuss specifically an evidence item bearing the evidence item number MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe for the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required 2 people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes.
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
Yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon.
And that's an individual from the lab?
Yes.
Here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, so shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June. And then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lammy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off that item with MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it, with the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
At the Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for such items with body fluids decomposition?
So yes, that would be the ventilated storage, but given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment. Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
Sometimes we have to take witnesses, not necessarily in the order that we would like. But we'd like to call a particular witness, Mr. Jared Mondrag, to the stand, please, to take advantage of the translation services that are available to us today.
All right. The witness is coming, and then I'll ask the interpreter to please step up as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. That would be great.
Sir,
And the interpreter has been placed under oath
A la intérprete se,
interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
a la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
good afternoon, Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment,
Sí, por
please.
favor, se podría poner de pie.
And if you would please raise your right
Si puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel
Gracias.
free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondrag, cuando ahora nos están grabando,
will you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
YARD.
YARD.
And your last name, sir. Would
Y
you
su
spell your last name,
apellido?
please?
LUJANO.
Lugano, LUJANO.
And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years. Okay.
23 años, ¿ok?
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
Drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor.
Here to show you what's marked States Exhibit 30.
Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30.
Do you recognize this building?
¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever done work at this building?
¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes.
What kind of work did you do there?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sheetrocking frame.
Sheetrocking and framing.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery?
No.
No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery?
No.
No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock, ¿y usted ha regresado a esa dirección?
No.
No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa.
And I have no question.
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
A su señoría pediríamos que excusen al testigo.
You are excused, sir.
Usted está excusado. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Yes, thank you.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state calls criminalist Kevin McMahon to the stand.
Be careful of the wires, please, sir.
And Mr. McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a moment and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. McMahon, there's some water up there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at any time, please let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, Kevin, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital MC, capital MAHON.
And Mr. McMahon, up until last year, where did you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire,
How long did you work for them?
for over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the Forensic Biology Unit,
And was there an official title that you had?
Criminalist 2.
Okay. And what does that mean to be a criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman level position, where you have more responsibilities or more duties assigned to you than a criminalist 1 would.
I understand that you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the Forensic Biology Unit, although way back when it was just forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and plastics, and the examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp, for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was, specifically in the area of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what I learned about forensic serology while undergoing my education, I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which in modern times immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtained your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science, some of those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes.
And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McMahon, what was your involvement into the investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case, blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are three categories of things that you found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, excuse me, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names, or excuse me, the numbers that have been assigned to those items? Or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report. So you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit number so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. McMahon, let me ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination of this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark colored substrates like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay. And similarly, what were the results on the test on the T-shirt?
In that case, I performed an analysis of a number of stains that were on that T-shirt, and I employed a test that would detect the presence of blood, and each of those tests were negative.
And finally, at one point, did you also, I'm referring to a report that you wrote on June 15th of 2022, or 13th was a correction on the 15th. Did you ever do an examination of a piece of evidence entitled JD47, an igloo cooler?
I did.
Okay. And what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for deposits which you believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dry blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
With regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it, so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And it has a red body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner. And I believe it has like a retractable black metal handle on it, like a wheeled suitcase would.
Yes.
Mr. McMahon, I'm going to put down in front of you, marked as State's Exhibit 73. I'm going to lift the lid for a moment and just ask you whether or not you recognize the item that is inside.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is Exhibit JD47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you tested.
Yes, sir.
And could you please just tell us generally, where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
So I tested a number of stained areas, 7 different areas.
I'm sorry, did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas. One stain on the bottom of the base, another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge, another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner, another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items that have been treated, for example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk, did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And let me ask, does Blue Star interfere with the serological testing that you do?
In and of itself, it does not.
Okay. Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Castle-Mayer test, Kastle-Meyer, Castle-Mayer.
What advantage, if any, does the Castle-Mayer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Castle-Mayer test over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that the Castle-Mayer test enjoys a reputation of being both very sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So with regards to the Castle-Mayer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Castle-Mayer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into forensic serology testing at the state police lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are when it comes to serology testing?
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Castle-Mayer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Castle-Mayer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color. So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood and I get that pink color after merely adding the testing reagent, the phenolphthalein, if I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form, if in fact blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that contains the iron.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15th report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1, a piece of T-bar framing?
Yes.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
Okay. And also, did you test any sort of cutting from a backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting, and then made those tests or conducted those tests?
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowitz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for blood stains, I was called over to conduct that examination prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas. To know exactly where I tested or I took my samples for testing, every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the backside of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B, C, or D? So it was 4, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas and everything I tested in that particular exhibit was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that day at the state lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Martin Orlowitz.
And with regards to criminalist Orlowitz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took, or the parts that you were able to cut out, make cuttings. Did you submit those for further DNA analysis inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I very carefully cut out a small square of the darkest stain on that cardboard backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I only took one of the 4 that I had available to me. I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit MER 3B. And because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. But this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the 4 stains in there as A, B, C, and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out. The stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone else?
I did not.
Do you remember who that was that did do that testing?
That was performed by my colleague, criminalist Katie Swango.
And finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's my understanding that there were many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to those, were those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination, there was no stain to test? With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of 2, either did not find blood on them, or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the 2 that you thought that you might have located blood, now let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. A portion of a sweater. If you
Yes.
could refer to your notes, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, the 2 items that I'm referring to are exhibits JP 216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP 216, so that's the first 2 initials there are JP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, Do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of, whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater, okay. And was there, you said there was one other item. Could you please
Right.
tell us what that one was?
The other one was JP 251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said, those initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know whether that came out of a blue Audi, or do you, similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
If I can just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of the New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right?
That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money, and you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce a DNA result.
That's correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the entire item. We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you. When I don't find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends.
Okay.
And nothing would go on to DNA.
Right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA,
That's correct.
and that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor. Yes. A toothbrush. There's been testimony about DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small, and the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless, let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing would still go on for DNA.
And essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to the DNA lab.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be tested.
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There, you had some testimony about JMT evidence, starting with the initials JMT.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a section of black carpet, a child's t-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the same area where the toothbrush was found?
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items and they were all negative for blood?
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing, that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right. That's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything. You're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step, after you question perhaps there's something there, you do that Castle
Mayor.
testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's t-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
That's correct.
And you found several.
Yes.
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay, I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking about.
All right, JMT5.
Okay. I was thinking of another item, but yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I might refer to my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's t-shirt, and because the sleeves of the t-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in the same area?
That's correct.
And
Well, I'm not sure where it was
the
collected
location,
from.
okay, sorry. JMT6, that one, you didn't have to go to the Castle-Meyer testing, right?
I did not.
Because you could see the item well enough to determine if there were stains characteristic of blood.
Well, in this case, like some of the other items, these pajama pants were dark gray in color. And so after examining them under normal room lighting, I conducted a re-examination using the infrared light source. And I didn't find any staining on these pajama pants at all.
So it's pretty fair to say that if there's a question in your mind, you take another step.
If one is available.
So then you did several items that had the initials at the beginning JP.
What is up, guys? Okay, I just ran out to the car for a few. This guy was boring me to death.
And there's been testimony before you that JP would, and you understand that the initials reflect
Plus, I
the
need to charge my
officer
phone.
that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law enforcement.
And there has been testimony that that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman. And these items
You saw me?
were from
Cool.
the Audi.
To wake us up to do was put me to sleep in the court.
Time, no.
Okay. And
He is born as Ben Stein, the eye guy.
same
I
sort
saw
of
Dolly,
testing
I'm famous.
to determine whether or not there was the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your
I
observation,
thought you told us I was
you
about
would
to.
take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castlemeyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed.
Oh, I'm in my car on the side of the building. I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just hanging out here for a second.
Additional screening.
I'm on the side of the
for
building.
blood.
That's correct.
And two items I think that you testified of, let's see, one, two.
Yeah, Ben Stein is the
15
Visine guy.
items that were JP something.
No, I can't. I ain't smoking.
You want
I
me
just
to
came out to
double-check
get
your
get
math?
up out the courtroom for a few minutes.
We can do approximately.
Sully, thank you so much for
Well,
lunch.
excluding
$9.99, baby. I'm rich. I'm rich. Okay. Well, I'm on the side. Like when you go out the front door, if you take a right, you go around the side of the building. I'm right in front of that monument that is behind the courthouse. You can't miss it.
I can only find 9.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
JP.
5
Are
more
you
likes to
looking
1,000.
at, your report of 1/20/22. And then
Yep, there's 2 items
4/20
there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22.
All the good stuff was when they were
the next
showing the
one's
ceiling
1/22,
tiles and things like that.
Those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere just in case anything happens. I'm just sitting in my car
7
for a minute.
items there.
13.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay.
What's up, Facebook user? Ah, I just dropped my phone.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And speaking of the hairs, you found one specimen, and it's a JP hair. One specimen suitable.
She's
for
leaving.
DNA
Okay, I'll
analysis
walk
and
out
send
to
it
the front
on,
of the
right?
court. Hold on.
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And then
I'll walk out that
with
way.
respect to JP 202, a couple of hairs to go to.
Let
the
me grab
DNA.
my battery.
That's correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them,
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
no. I guess for the remaining hairs,
Let me grab my mittens.
based upon my
It is chilly.
microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable
Okay,
for
hold on.
DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater screening positive for blood, right?
That's
A length of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those two on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold, apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade blood or DNA,
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think, one moment, Your Honor, please. Oh, and one more thing was you talked about the area of dry paneling that was sent on to the DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, sealing, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
On that last line of question you were just asked about not being able to take it for granted that the drywall that you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where to be able to say that you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall?
I'd either have to be there during its collection. I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted. Or a third option would for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence. But I'm still the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Thank you. Two other quick questions for you. You were asked a moment ago about JMT5, the T-shirt. I believe you described how cross-examination that the sleeves were darker, dark substrate that you talked about earlier. And that's where you used the infrared light.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation the fact that that T-shirt was sized for an 18-month-old?
I did make a notation in my notes where I can about the garment manufacturer's name and the size. And again, I'm referring to my notes.
Okay, here I am.
I described.
All right,
Exhibit
guys, that was Big Bird.
JMT5 as a blue
Bum me up for a
/ teal
second.
long sleeve T-shirt.
Okay, she gave me a bunch of stickers, like car stickers, to send out to you guys. All right, she gave me some pins, some different Harmony stuff that I will be including in like, I guess if you get something from our merch store or anything. So I don't want to pay to ship a bunch of shit out. But if you order something, I got probably, I don't know, I got an envelope full of them she gave me. And I will ship those out with any orders, I guess. That's how we'll do it. So if you order something while supplies last, I'll send out those Harmony stickers. She gave me a little thing for PJ, amongst other things. Really nice people up here. And she was just sharing the story with me of everything that was going on with her firsthand knowledge of. She's friends with Crystal and different things. There's some information she told me that I don't want to share, but I don't know if y'all could hear it. But it is what it is. And like, thank you, Big Bird. Nobody in this world can predict the future. Okay. I know a lot of people failed this baby. They did. It's true. But at the same token, you know, some people don't think the worst thing humanly possible is going to happen. And sometimes it does, you know? Some things are out of your hands and out of your control. So anyway, let's go back to the court. I'll see you guys.
Long sleeve t-shirt
All
you
right.
said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay. So toddler-ish.
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, # or hashtag, if you will, Fam Jams, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra small.
okay.
And I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age
Okay.
of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes.
Maybe excused?
You may.
But sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any independent research. I'm going to ask the witness, if you would, just to stay there for just a moment so I can let the jurors go. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you, sir. You can step down. Counsel,
Thank you,
pause
Your
for
Honor.
just a minute. Yeah.
We're back at 2:45.
Okay, what's up, YouTube? Okay, they're taking a break. So we're just going to go out here, sit out front, hang out. It's chilly, but it ain't as cold as it was this morning, so we'll just hang out here. We got about 15 minutes before court starts back up. That guy was boring me to death in there. He was too smart. Okay. Let me get, as soon as I get this hoodie on, I'll be in a lot better shape. Woo, because that wind is cold. Let's go down here. That way I got somewhere to set my phone. I'm glad y'all could tune in with me today. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't yet. Okay? Because Dolly is freezing. I'll be all right once I get my gloves on, though. Set that there. I like this little spot right here. You got a good view of everything. All right. So let's suit up. Because that cold ain't no joke. Zip your coat, Dolly. I am. I'm about to. That's what I was doing. Let me get this hoodie on. That wind stops blowing in my ears. Woo! It's windy as shit today. Okay, so I don't know how many more witnesses we're going to have today. I think it's probably just going to be the experts today. I didn't see a whole lot of people like waiting around in the courtroom. But then again, I didn't see the experts waiting either. They just kind of strolled out of nowhere. The foster mom was amazing tour guide or so much help. Protect your heart, Dolly, and cost. I wouldn't want you any other way. They have heartbreaking jobs. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know, you got to deal with, you know, when you work in law enforcement, that's one of the big things is death. When you work in forensics, you know you're going to be dealing with some of the worst, nastiest things in the world. But I would say today, you know, the hardest part was watching them show them towels, them ceiling towels, because you know for a fact that's her blood and things of that nature. And it was just sad to watch, man. I probably should have got up, walked out and not seen that shit. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Mary T. Beth. Good to see you guys. So, the wind would be perfect. They have wind chimes for harmony. Maybe. It ain't perfect for me though, because I get cold easy, super easy. It don't take much for me. So as soon as this is over, we're gonna go hit the Guilford house and all that stuff. Great job, Mr. and Mr. PJ. You two are amazing. Thank you guys. Hi from the UK. Hey Harley. Good to see you. I hope it ain't as cold in the UK. Thank you for posting that link, PJ, and that's a good way to help Dolly and PJ get to ChromaCon 2024. We're almost halfway to our goal, okay? So, and that's coming up fast. We don't really got long, so we got to end up getting the booth because the last I checked, they only had 10 left, okay? So when I get back to the house, whenever I get back, I'll check to see how many's left, but we got to get that booth soon so they don't sell out. Over 1,000. Congrats on 1,000 likes. Thank you guys. Thank you. You are in a wind tunnel like being in downtown Norfolk. I know it's cold. It kind of looks like downtown Norfolk a little bit when you walk around the streets out here. It kind of looks like Norfolk a little bit. Norfolk don't have a lot of houses though, like random places where there's like a house. This city has like you can walk, there'd be big buildings, then there'd be a house, then a big ass building, then a house. It's weird. Make sure you hit that like. Definitely it helps us in the algorithm. Love the ones you're with. Tomorrow is never promised. That is absolutely true. Absolutely. How's the jury? The jury look, you know, you can definitely see the difference in their face when they were showing the ceiling tiles. Like, you can tell that hit them. You know what I'm saying? Because the talking's talk. But when you start seeing the real stuff, like the tiles and things like that, when we went to the house and the dumpster and the snowbank and the bird, you start to see how real it is, you know? Because everything on TV is like a TV show, you know, to me. It was the same way in the Simple Wells case. Like, yeah, it's easy to talk about it, but when you get there and you see it for yourself, you're like, whoa, it's a different vibe. That's why I like to come everywhere, because I can't really tell what's going on from out there. To me, it's like watching TV. You know, it's like watching a TV show. But when you get here, you realize it ain't no TV show. These are real people. This is a real event. This is a real tragedy, and it's really fucking sad. You know, I mean, it's sad on TV too, but when you hear, it's even more sad. 45 degrees here in Washington State. I know it's below 30 here. It's cold. You know you're getting a headlock in the toehold missing my comments. Miss Ed, I can't read every comment. It's cold. The wind has hit me in the eyeballs, okay? My damn eyeballs are freezing. I need eyeball warmers, okay? I'm blocking the wind with these glasses. My eyes are still cold. I was a juror on a murder trial. You're not wrong, dude. I know, that's what I'm saying. When you see the realness of it, it hits you a little bit different. Where's your heavy coat? This is my heavy coat. What are you talking about? I got on a wool hoodie under this. I got on this coat, a t-shirt, gloves, beanie, 2 hoodies, and I'm still cold, okay? I'm still cold. This answer, I'm still going to get you. I couldn't read your comment. It moved too fast. Sorry. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. I don't know how much longer, like I said, I'm going to be up here. I may hop back on a plane, maybe tomorrow morning. Fly back to Virginia, cover it from the house for a couple of days. I got to come back up this way because I was going to come up to cover the Karen Reed stuff anyway. And this is supposed to go on for 3 weeks. What's the day? The 10th? So I may go home for a week, cover it live from the studio with you guys. Depending on how my finances look, maybe I can come back up here in a week and cover the last part of it. Maybe we'll get to see Adam in court. Plus, that'll put me up here for the Karen Reed case if nothing gets pushed back on the Karen Reed. Okay, that's a rental car place hitting me back. It's either turn the car in or get another, re-rent the car, or take off. I don't know which one yet, okay? I'm going to make my decision tonight. It was good coverage. Yeah, I mean, we're here. We're going to get to see everything. We're going to get to see the locations. And if I do leave, I will be with y'all daily covering it from the studio. And like I said, I'm coming back here anyway for the Karen Reed stuff. So I'll be in Boston. But, I mean, it's an hour difference. And, you know, it don't make no difference on me to commute. So it's Valentine's Day, the 14th. I know. That's why I'm ready to get home for the weekend. So me and PJ can spend some time together. I can still take her out for Valentine's Day, that type of stuff. Because she works during the week anyway. So we really wouldn't have been able to do too much today, but hang out a few minutes. But I want to be home for the weekend so I can, you know, take her out to dinner and go do nice things. I got her something really nice for Valentine's Day. I'm going to pick her up a couple gifts before I leave here too. Some souvenirs. And yeah, I might shoot back tomorrow. Okay. So the case will still be streaming here. Even if I'm not here, it'll still be streaming. So if I'm on an airplane, you'll still be able to watch and talk to me here. But you won't be able to talk to me while I'm on the plane. But the plane trips are quick. It didn't take me long at all to get here. I think I had one layover. It was like an hour flight, hour something flight. And then I got on another plane. It was like an hour and a half flight. So it don't take long. So most likely I will be home tomorrow in the studio with you guys. Okay. So y'all get commentary the whole day. I don't have to sit up in these hard ass benches, and I can get back to my hood, take care of a few things, see my kids, see PJ. And like I said, I may come back up in a week or so. Yeah, you would have to come bring me flowers like the other ladies got. Okay, well, I got you flowers. I got you flowers, chocolate, teddy bears. I just couldn't bring it to your work. But when I get back Monday, I will bring you flowers to your work. Dolly, Karen Reed's pre-trial tomorrow, then Turtle. Oh, wait. Hold up. Well, I'm not going to be here for the pre-trial of Karen Reed. Dolly Uncensored, Karen Reed's pre-trial tomorrow. Then Thursday is Turtle Boy's court date. Good luck to Turtle Boy. I hope he gets out, okay? So Baby Gab will stop stealing his subs. Hey, Baby Gab, hey, the turtles are growing up here, man. Before long, I'll have more turtles than Turtle Boy. I got turtles in Boston now. I got turtles in New Hampshire. There's turtles everywhere, right? And they ain't turtle riders. They turtle gang. So eat that. You know, it must suck to do true crime and not do true crime, right? I just think that would suck. As a YouTube creator to do true crime and not really do true crime, to ride another dude's lap like that. I don't get that. I don't get that. That must suck. Okay. The judge is back. Dolly, did you feel a type of way being by the apartment location? I was thinking the apartments were going to be a little bit worse than they were, and they really weren't that bad. Okay. All right, guys, I'm heading back. I got to go take this back first. Let me walk this battery back to the car because I can't take this battery up in there with me. So we're going to walk back to the car, and then I'll go back up into the court. Then after that, I'm going to leave a little bit early if they're going to bore us to death the rest of the day, and we're going to go by their house, okay? The Guilford Street, the Fit Center, things of that nature, okay? I just got to go get rid of the battery pad. Go ahead and take a field trip. I'm at the courthouse. Right outside the courthouse. 627, the van. But I mean, I can hear everything just like you guys. I'm watching it just like you are right here on my phone and listening to it. So if I'm inside the court, I'm listening to it. If I'm outside the court, I'm listening to it, watching it the whole time. So, and that's mostly what everybody's doing, is watching it as they're outside. That's a good thing. At least it's on court TV and we can all see it.
Please be seated.
Ooh, this is the warm spot right here. This is where the sun's at. Who did they call? Look, a lot of people cleared out of there. Big Bird's gone. The other YouTubers are gone. Okay, let me go put this up. I'm going to go back up in there for a few.
Mr. Orlowitz, to remain standing. Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide.
Oh, yeah, I got to pay for parking. My parking is up, too. I guess I'll pay for another hour.
Make yourself comfortable. Mr. Orlowitz, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Martin Orlowitz, MartinOrlowicz.
And Mr.
Okay.
Orlowitz,
What does he do?
I work for the state of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
What's your current
State
position
police.
with the
Okay.
forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
And prior to that, any experience with the forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how
All
long
right,
were
I
you
gotta
with
set
the
this
Alaska
down.
State
I gotta
Crime Lab?
pay for my parking.
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were working, while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
The crime scene processing that I did for the state of Alaska was a accessory role where law enforcement would call for an assist if they needed specialty work done at a crime scene, searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state? So all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis.
Yes.
And did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab, or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known. In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis and comparison.
And which unit for the state of New Hampshire, which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the Pattern Evidence Unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
Pattern evidence.
In New Hampshire, I'm
Let me put that in
doing
my
latent
car.
print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowitz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program. So it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
You mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
2015.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police Training Program for Friction Ridge Detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowitz, do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that at least you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board. And then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowitz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews
Okay, I'm on my way
any
back
work
into the court.
policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowitz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses?
I'm actually in one right now. Fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint
I hear you.
analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many times?
Once that I remember off the top of my head.
And how about superior court in Alaska?
Not for fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have criminalist Orlowitz qualified as an expert in fingerprint.
I have no objection. The court finds him so qualified.
Mr. Orlowitz, before we move on, I want to talk about, I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint on print analysis is.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to
May we approach? Yes.
Turtle Gang member in Washington. All right, let's go back in for a few. We're taking off out of here about 3-ish. What time is it? Can't hear because of wind. All right, hold on. Oh, it's already 3. Okay, well, we're just going to head out then. It's already 3. Court's going to be over in an hour. We're going to go ahead and head to these locations. Okay? Field trip time. Because the time I get up in there and sit down, it'll be almost 4 o'clock. And they're just talking to these experts. They're going to talk to this boring-ass guy for an hour. So y'all can watch that while I ride to this Guilford house. We're going to go by the Guilford house real quick. Okay? While I'm still here in town. And all that good stuff. So I want to get all these locations. If I do head back in the morning, I want to make sure I got all this footage. And then, of course, I can come back. Ain't a big deal. Thank you, Dolly. Drive safe. I'm going to. Field trip. All right. So let's head on over to the Guilford house. And while I'm driving, y'all, of course, y'all can watch Court TV. That I'll pull the stream back up. You guys will be able to watch everything. And then when we get over to the house, we'll check it out. There's a couple locations I want to hit still. I want to hit the Guilford house. I could hit the Fit Center. In the Mama's house. Them are the 3 places we haven't been. Now, I don't know the location of the mother's house, so we might not be able to hit that one. But everything else, we should be able to hit, okay? All right, go ahead, pull Court TV back up. Shit. Woo! My whole Ric Flair right there. That is cold out there. Okay. Basically paid for parking for nothing, but ain't no big deal. Okay. So let me start this, warm the car up for a second, put my seatbelt on.
No. Okay, thank you.
Take this beanie off my head, switch to the dolly hat. Take the gloves off. Whew.
Clarify the
All right, glasses.
demonstrative photos that you reviewed.
All right, guys,
the
I'll see
testimony
y'all when
today,
I get to the house in a
nothing
minute.
to do with this case. Is that
All
correct?
No, as far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction ridge skin.
So, Mr. Robowitz, what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint or friction ridge skin is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction ridge skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint, in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So 2 of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction ridge skin that you are born with is unique to you. So any individual has unique patterns and flows of friction ridge skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction ridge skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
These 2 images, the image on the left shows a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction ridge skin present on that. And then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction ridge skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your physical skin, your friction ridge skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an individual touches an object. So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy, essentially, of your friction ridge skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction ridge skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction ridge skin behind.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted, These are a known recording of an individual's friction-ridged skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints, it's a chance recording. So there's a possibility of when someone touches something that friction-ridged detail can be left behind. If some of the residue that's on your hand stays on the surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction-ridged detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction-ridged detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
It's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental conditions. So if, to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window in the baking sun, and then it rains the next day, and then we go through some New Hampshire weather and it snows or we have a nor'easter, there's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal fridge that gets touched, every day. Likely there will be fingerprints there much longer.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowitz, how is an identification made and the comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail. So assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the 2 impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources. There's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowitz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
So during my analysis, again, assessing the details present in the latent print, I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression and then moving to a microscopic view. There's 3 levels of detail. The first level of detail is ridge flow. So how the ridges themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a pattern type, I can determine this likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I can usually determine which orientation is up on that, which direction would be up on that latent impression. Because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge flow, I would not make an identification just based off of that ridge flow. Lots of people in the population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a macroscopic detail, but the microscopic detail, level 2 and 3, is where I can begin to make an identification.
So let's discuss level 2 detail.
The level 2 detail is ridge path. So this is moving from looking at the entire latent print to looking at one single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending, where they're splitting, where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for attributes specific to each ridge. A grouping of these attributes can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
So I see bifurcations up there. Can you describe what that is for the jurors?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into 2 ridges. A ridge ending is exactly what it sounds like. It's where a ridge ends. And then a dot or a short ridge is just a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
And can you just identification process?
All right, guys, blow me up big screen.
What are we looking at in this?
You got to see this. All right, we're out here on Guilford Street. This is the house. Look, it actually has a big old sign in the window that says, Adam Montgomery killed Harmony. He is guilty. Justice for Harmony. Y'all see that sign? This is the Guilford Street address. This is where they lived at, okay? This was the home that they were kicked out of, and they ended up living in their car at the Colonial Village Apartments. Let me blow this up into this way because I'm going to post this on TikTok. All right, guys, so we're out at the location. This is the Guilford Street address. This is the address that Harmony Montgomery lived at, this blue house behind me. And as you can see, there's a sign in the window that says Justice for Harmony. Adam killed Harmony. He is guilty, okay? So they lived here before they were evicted for not paying bills with Uncle Kevin. And they were evicted, and they ended up living in the Colonial Village Apartments in their car. And that's where all this nightmare took place. So that is pretty cool that the homeowners, actually the new people, put up a sign that said, you know, of course it has their picture. I don't know why they added his face to it, because that is a scary face to look at. That basically is what nightmares are made of. They got their bushes wrapped up so they won't die. Absolutely no soliciting. Do not ring the bell or block. Okay, so we don't want to bother these people. We just wanted to show a little bit of the house and what, you know, where she lived. You know, everything was okay when she lived here at this house behind me. It's when they didn't pay the rent, Uncle Kevin didn't come through with his part, And next thing you know, Harmony is living in a car, not having a place to go to the restroom. And that's what tragically cost her life. Her daddy mad at her about using the bathroom in the car. Okay? So I want to, it is windy out here. And believe it or not, this is actually a pretty nice neighborhood. I'll give y'all a little look around. All right. Our next stop is the Fit Center. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber.
Right. Your name Ali?
Is my name what?
What's your name?
Dolly.
Dolly?
Yeah.
Dirty?
Dolly. Just
Oh,
Dolly.
no, okay. Oh, no, that's my house.
Oh, that's your house?
Yeah.
You live there? Did you put the sign up?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so you know he's in court today, right?
Yeah, well, you actually went to that.
You didn't show up.
I was working.
I was just in there.
Oh, okay. He didn't show up again?
No, he
He
didn't
hasn't
show
shown
up.
up not one day.
Just Kayla showed up.
Right,
her
I've
mama.
been watching it on YouTube and whatnot.
I wanted to show people your sign that you had.
Oh yeah, you know why I put that up was because I found out that.
Do you want to tell the people? I'm live. I'll let you hide your face.
I found out the jury was gonna do a drive-by, and I was like, not by my house.
Oh, did they come by?
No. So I put that up, and I told the DA, I said, if they come by my house, there.
That's why you did it.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't. Yeah, because it says he's guilty.
Right.
So that kept him away.
Yeah.
That's
they
smart.
never
That's smart.
It's the best money I spent.
You have been getting a lot of like true crime tourists is what people call it. A lot of people coming by.
Yeah, yesterday somebody came to pictures, posted it up.
Was it a girl?
Yeah.
Blonde hair girl?
Yeah.
She's in the court. She's with another YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness.
So there's a lot of YouTubers here covering the case.
Yeah.
And usually when people show up at the houses, it's always a YouTuber.
Yeah,
we like to pop in and see everything and show people.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't want to violate their personal space.
Yes, I do.
License plates. You know?
This is
and then people will know that I'm on the road and be like,
Thank you for supporting.
No problem.
That's awesome. You've been good. You've been good. Nice meeting you.
Is that a true and correct?
Okay, jump back to me. She's real sweet. That's her house. Okay, she put up the sign so the jury would not. She almost had my name right. She must watch YouTube, right? Because she walked up. She said, "Are you?" I think she said Ollie, right? And so apparently people are watching the internet, and she was really nice. She's like, "That's my house." She's like, "I put that sign up so the jury wouldn't come by the house because the sign says he's guilty." That's smart. That is absolutely smart. Okay, she didn't want the jury by her house. Oh, too good. So I'm glad we stopped by here. We actually got to catch the homeowner. Look, you don't get that on the news very often, right? That's why you tune in to Dolly. That's why you sub up. Oh. So, at least she supports Harmony, the new people there. Really nice. You seen that, right? Okay, we got to pull over. We're going to jump back to Court TV, and I'm going to go to the Fit Center, okay? PJ, send me the address to the Fit Center, okay? So I got it. I'll see you guys when we get there.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 28.
Okay.
Having seen this item, does that refresh your recollection on whether or not image State's Exhibit 29 had undergone analysis?
Again, I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Mr. Erlowitz, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the bottom, from the baggage. The igloo cooler that you mentioned examining, is this that item?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that it's that item?
I recognize the item from when I processed it. I also believe if it's the same packaging or the packaging is present inside from when I analyzed it at the laboratory, my initials should be on a evidence tape seal. It looks like it may have been repackaged since I processed it.
So this is a true and correct. This is the item that you.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to strike down view States Exhibit 73. Full.
Objection?
Objection.
The ID is stricken. It's marked as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Erlowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction-rich detail on that exhibit.
No friction-rich detail?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Erlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 109 through 135. And I'm just going to ask that you review each of those items in turn and just look up when you had an opportunity to review all of them. recognize those items, States Exhibit 109 through 135?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are images that I took or generated in relation to my latent print processing and analysis and comparison for this case.
Are those true and correct photographs of the images or the items that are depicted?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish. So strike ID for States Exhibit. What's marked for identification is items 109 through 135.
No objection.
Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as a full exhibit.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, switching now to the white metal ceiling. It's MER 3A and 3D. So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to document friction ridge detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details?
All of the friction ridge areas that I documented were designated with an L number. So L1 and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1 through L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowitz. And so does that item, that sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2, L3. Closer version.
Yes.
Those are the stickers that you mentioned.
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6, with their related labels.
And what does this image show us? Can you back up one? What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
Can you just point so the jurors are able to see?
This is L4, L5, and L6.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it. So the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
And can you identify in that photograph just each of the areas that you designated? Items?
The areas present in this are excuse me, L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one.
Let's focus on L7 through
This is a closer view of those same 4 areas from that front left corner in the previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again, L7, L8, L9, and L10, the furthest.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis, I determined that some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them. So they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example. So 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay. And this is showing States Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first. And so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again. The friction.
L7 is in this area.
Okay. And what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions. So I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable. So I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression on the right of the photo, this larger area.
And what analysis did those impressions undergo?
So the analysis that I'm doing for all of these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present in them, particularly when I'm marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable, what I believe to be reliable level 3 features that are present in the impression, I'll mark those up as well. So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge or at a bifurcation or around a dot, or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color. And I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us where you did that in this image? And that for the record is referring to States Exhibit 117.
There are very small green dots at the end of these ridges or these bifurcations that are present in this image.
And the large line at the top, what does that indicate?
The in my field, we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting 2 things. One, that I've determined that that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay. And I believe you're going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to States Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the feature, I'm in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the two have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison? Stand up.
Got him, Amy? Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, at some point during your involvement on this matter, did you receive known prints for Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any other known prints?
I also received known prints of Kayla Montgomery.
And I believe you said you made a comparison and you received a result. Can you remind the jurors what that result was?
Yes. For this latent L7B, I identified the left middle finger of Adam Montgomery as the source.
And how many levels of detail are present in this analysis?
In this particular analysis, the levels of detail that I used were level 1 and level 2. The level 3 detail present in the latent impression was spotty or non-existent at best. And so not much of it was used, not much or any of it was used for the comparison phase.
And when you say L1 or L2, that's level 1 or level 2?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just
don't want to be
level 1
confused
and level
by-
2. I'm sorry about that.
And again, you mentioned level 3 being rare.
It is rare, yes.
Let's take a look at another print that you found. I want to focus on L8. Can you point the jurors where
This is
L8?
L8.
Okay, YouTube, jump to me full screen. Okay, we are out here at the fit center where they were staying, where they put the baby in the attic. Now, there is a memorial out here for Harmony Montgomery, so we thought we ought to left something. Okay, so we got a little otter because we ought to leave something. All right, we ought to leave something for the little girl. So we got a little beanie baby of an otter. Okay, we're gonna get out. We're gonna leave the beanie. We're gonna take a little look around real quick. All right, and we're looking for. This is Union Street, 644. Union Street would be right here, and they were in one
So as we're out here, you can see the little memorial they done set up around here. I guess this is for little Harmony. Let me see what it says up here. Yeah, it says Harmony on it. Okay, as you see, that's the little memorial set up. And we're gonna leave our little otter right here on top of this bear. We're gonna tie him to the pole though. Okay? Because we ought to leave something, right? We ought to leave something for the little girl. We made our presence here. Thank you for all you guys that have been supporting me on this trip and liking the videos and stuff. Okay, let's take a little look. This is Union Street right here. Okay, this is where the Fit Center is, as you can see. There's a poster for Harmony right there. The search still continues for this little girl. She hasn't been found yet. Okay, we're gonna take a little look at the building. I think they said it was 644. So this would be 644. This is 145, 143, 141. Okay. So that would put us over here at 644. So let's see. This would be 644 over here. So, like I said, we left a bear. All right, let me keep walking. Okay, so we're at 642 right here. All right. POH all packages inside hallway. Thank you. Okay, so that is it right there. This is the Fit Center. I guess this is where they were staying, where they cut the ceiling out. Let me see what's up in here. 144. Okay, as you can see, I'm not positive that's it, but that's just the hallway. Yeah, I don't want to walk all behind their stuff. There's a little parking lot behind it. Authorized cars. Fuck it. Let's see what's back here. So this is where I guess the families in transition stay. Okay, as you can see, back porches. Okay, woo, it's cold out here today. So it looks like one of the bears are blown off. We'll fix it. Let's tighten up her little doggy on the ground. Look, let's make sure the little doggy gets a nice little spot right there. I got a giant penguin. Things of that nature. Things of that nature. Okay, so this is 644. I'll give y'all a little look at the neighborhood so y'all get a good idea of what's going on out here. There's the pole that they used as the memorial for Harmony, Montgomery. And hopefully they will convict Adam, okay? I'm look, no parking anytime. I'm right there in it. Okay. This is the area. There you go, 644. I wonder why the building looks so different on the picture they showed. It looked like a brick building. Am I sure I'm at the right spot? But that is the memorial. So maybe let me check some addresses and make sure I'm at the right location. Okay? Woo, it's cold out there, baby. All right. I think I'm something right because that is the memorial. It says Harmony on the thing. PJ. Okay. I could have swore it had like a brick front that they showed in the pictures in court. PJ, are you in the room? PJ, is this the place that I'm at? Is it 644 Union? He doesn't think I know what you're doing. I seen the pictures in the court. I thought it looked different. Is there a Minnie Mouse? Yes, there's a Minnie Mouse. Yes, this is the spot. That's it. Okay, is this the Fit Center? Families in Transition? 'Cause that's 644 right there. The clinic was brick. Okay. Yes, it is the spot. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure. I'm not 100% positive. Just want to make sure we're at the location. Okay, the next location we're going to, I believe, is what, PJ? The mother's house? Let me pull somewhere and park real quick. Let me get off this main road. There's a lot of signs on the corner for Harmony. There's one right there. Every post has a Harmony sign on it. Okay? This one, missing child, missing child. All right. Let me pull up here and turn around, and I'll put the next location in. I'll pull up in this parking lot over here. All right. Well, I'll just pull up to the stop sign. No dogs. All right. One, let me put my seatbelt on. That is the Peyton place. I don't know what that is. All right, we'll pull up to it. I got to put an address in the phone anyway. Y'all see that? Okay, so we done hit the transition center. What is the Market Street? That's the PJ. Send me my next location. Okay, guys, I'm jumping out. It should jump over to a stay tuned screen, and I'm going to the last place now. Okay.
Compare L10B to.
I compared it to Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to turn to States Exhibit 126. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
I want to look at another print you found. Turn your attention to L11, and here I'm looking at States Exhibit 127. What is this image showing us?
This is one of my processing images from processing the item of evidence MER3A that this latent L11 came from. This is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
This latent itself, are you referring to the chemical processing or?
The chemical processing.
Chemical processing. This latent itself went through a process, well, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called lumiscyanofuming. So it's a superglue fume that when heated up will polymerize on top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item. And it will leave a white residue, very light white residue on top of the ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more visible. Lumicyano also combines a fluorescent dye. So it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help better visualize any prints present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to States Exhibit 128. What does States Exhibit 128 show us?
This is my analysis image of that latent L11.
After analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And I'm turning to States Exhibit 129. What does States Exhibit 129 show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is my comparison chart of L11. L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr. Orlowitz?
I reached an identification conclusion for
And
this.
who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery,
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
the left palm.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is States Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit, from that evidence.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze this?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about analyzing it?
My analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
I'm turning to States Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way actually, so that the finger, if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to States Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is States Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process States Exhibit 133, so L6?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. It measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the Lumicyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with a super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to States Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction-rich skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from local systems as well as national systems.
So I turn your attention to States Exhibit 135. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart of L6 to known impressions of an individual who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Luyano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the entire ceiling paneling, the vent, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having deposited prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors who those 2 individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Luyano Mondrag.
Are you aware that Yared Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag, was the drywall installer?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. No additional questions.
When you're ready, Attorney Smith. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying in a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3.
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprints were found on the metal ceiling vent, and then some on the metal that held the drywall together.
Yes.
Right? And then the other was somebody completely unrelated.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the cooler. When you analyzed the cooler, did something happen while you were analyzing the cooler?
Okay, guys, blow me up. All right, let me cut this off. We got to be swift out here. We're in the hood. This is where the mother apparently lives. Okay. This is where they were staying. This is where they got the cooler. I'm not positive. That last place we went, that is where they were living after the fit center. So we're going to still go to the fit center. I had it wrong. And as you can see, she said she had the whole first floor. This is the address I was given right here. But we're going to walk around the side because she said, you know, you could go through the middle door right there. Okay. And then she got the whole first floor and she parks around back. Y'all remember her saying that, right? So if you go around back here, definitely somewhere to park around back, just like they said. Right there, it's another door. There's the third door. So you can get to her apartment every door that way, okay? And this is where they were staying when they were with their mother. And the cooler would have been what held that door open that they took, okay? I ain't going to show you the car is parked here, so she must be here. All right? But there is a cellar to this. And, you know, they were putting that baby in the cooler to hold this door open, which would have been this middle door right here, right there, okay? They were holding that door open with that cooler. And from what she says, she has the whole first floor, just like clockwork. It is an apartment complex, okay? So this is one When Harmony was last here, she was in a cooler. Okay, she was in a cooler. FedEx deliveries, please leave inside door. Okay, we don't want to do that. All right, but that is the location right there, guys, that I've been given. And it's just like she described, though. There is 3 doors. There is a place to park around back. She lives a little bit in the hood, let me tell you that. Just a sad situation. So there is a basement. There's no cooler holding the door open anymore. So super, super sad. But this is the location we're at that she was staying when she came to stay with her mom. And, you know, her mom says she does woodwork. This is where they got the saws to dispose of Harmony. I don't see any posters right here with Harmony's face on it like you do on Union Street. The Union Street house is the apartment. 644 was the apartment. I had it wrong. It is not the Fit Center. 644 is the apartment they moved into when they left the Fit Center. Okay, so that's where they were living. That's why they did the memorial out there. So our next stop is the actual Fit Center where they put the baby in the ceiling. Okay, so we've seen the mamas, we've seen the methadone clinic, we've seen the Burger King, we've seen the intersection, we've seen the Colonial Apartments. We got one more stop, guys, and that is the Fit Center. PJ, send me the address now. I'm going to jump back over to Court TV, and y'all have the start soon screen. And as soon as I get to the Fit Center,
no friction receipts.
we will go live. Okay.
Developed on that.
Okay, and was that a good surface to find fingerprints?
My recollection was that the exterior of the cup was fairly textured. There were some flat portions, but much of that cup, I think, was a textured surface.
Okay. So is it fair to say that none of the items that you tested raised a suspicion that they had been wiped or cleaned off?
No, I did not have that suspicion during my testing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Rowlands, I just want to follow up on that last point. How would you know? How would you be able to see if things were wiped off?
During my processing, if wipe marks or drag marks became visible during the processing, that could potentially cue me off that something had at least been wiped across the surface.
And that wasn't present on the items that you analyzed?
I did not observe that.
With respect to the highly textured surfaces that you mentioned, how would you see those wipe marks in a highly textured surface like the cup that you mentioned or the cooler there?
It would be very difficult to see if any wipe marks were present on a textured surface.
Thank you. No additional questions.
But it's fair to say that you saw nothing to raise that suspicion.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you may sit down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our day today. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't watch any social media, read any newspapers, look at any online coverage of this case. Avert your eyes. So we'll begin again tomorrow morning. Please be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Don't do any independent research. Thank you so much for your significant attention today. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please. All right, everybody. We'll see you in the morning. I don't know if we have somebody who's incarcerated who's coming. You're going to let me know before I say your next witness.
Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think there's just the one individual for transport for tomorrow. yet the order of the day. We have 2 other witnesses planned for today. We need to go back and figure out that order.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure that that person gets on and off tomorrow. So
Okay. Oh, you can all be seated. Just one last observation. It seems that there are some things that are being marked that either you may have had marked subsequent to the original marking for identification that hadn't been shown to the defense. Maybe I'm misreading that. I just seeing you bringing things over that are, new to the list. I just want to make sure. Are you seeing other than that fingerprint issue? Are you seeing everything in advance?
I think that there were some things that were marked this morning that we hadn't realized.
So I just want to say, if you know you're going to be using something and you're having our court monitor mark it, make sure that they see it. Okay, I think that's important. Just then they're not seeing it for the first time when it's being introduced. Okay, anything else? No.
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, YouTube, we made it. This time we're in the right place. All right. This is where they were staying.
This is where they cut the ceiling out. Just like this. Let's take a walk. This is, I see the van right there, family in transition. This is the brick building they were staying in. They were in unit one in this building here. But as you can see, they have a little play park out here. But this is the family in transition. Wind is crazy right now, okay? So we're gonna go out here, Colonial Printing. This is where they were staying. Okay. Okay, this is the building. This is the Family and Transition Center, which they call FIT, okay? So I guess if you're homeless or you're in a situation, you need a place to stay. This is a smoke-free property. Thank you for not smoking. So this is where they were hiding Harmony's body at. Crazy as that sounds, right in here with all these people and all these things, they're hiding the body of Harmony Montgomery. Okay? Absolutely insane. So this is the location they cut that towel out of. I want to show you guys. We're going to walk around back. So it looks like they're all like little individual rooms. And I guess, you know, each family that's homeless gets one of these rooms and a little bathroom. You can see that one has a little air conditioning in the window. A few garages up here. The sign for the family train. We'll go ahead and walk up there. But I'm assuming it's this whole building is part of the complex. And you can see some of the blinds are tore up. Staff only. Okay, let's keep going. We'll walk all the way up. This is employee parking only, but I'm parked out here. And this is how I knew I was in the right place. This is Outfitter, Family in Transition. Outfitters Thrift Store. See? Families in Transition. So we're at the right location. So they had her body in a duffel bag, stuffed into the roof of one of these little units out here. Family interest, providing a home, building hope. Okay, families in transition. So we found the right spot at least. In that the 644 one, that was where they moved when they moved out of this brick building here. Okay. So, court is over, guys. Dolly has brought y'all everything y'all needed to see from the locations. And we even got to talk to the homeowner that lives in their house now. So everything went pretty smooth. I will be covering the court case. Let me get in here and start the car for a minute and talk to you guys. Woo! I will be covering the court case tomorrow live. I may jump in a plane and head back in the morning. So if y'all don't see me on the stream at first, just give me a little time to get home. I should be home. If I leave in the morning like planned, I will be home by, oh look, there's a family pulling up in transition. So homeless family pulling up now that are staying here. They got a young kid with them. She looks like she's about 10, 11 years old. But at least they got a place to go, you know, when you ain't got nothing. Things like this are really important in the community. It sucks that he hid her body here, you know, and made this place look all bad. But really, this is the last hope that some people got. You know what I'm saying? It's either this or sleep on a park bench. And when you got kids, if you didn't have kids, yeah, you could probably sleep anywhere. But when you got kids, you need to have a bed and a place for them to take showers, for them to be able to go to school. Because that kid's living at the center right there that we just walked by, and she had a book bag and it looked like she just got home from school. You know, and even if you don't have a place to go, education in this world, very important. Super, super important to get your education. And look, it's never too late to get education. Like, you can always learn something. I learned something today in court. Okay? I learned a lot about hemoglobin. Okay? I didn't know nothing about no hemoglobin before. Now I can tell you how males are made and females are made just from that DNA conversation. I didn't know any of that. Okay? So I did learn something today. You're never too old to learn something. Guys, it's been fun in New Hampshire. To all my New Hampshire turtles up here, I love you guys. Okay, I'm heading back to Mass. You guys be good. Y'all stay safe. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to leave a like, drop some comments, and of course, make sure y'all sub up my TikTok. Okay, Dolly's True Crime. I'm trying to get to 1,000 so I can live stream, and I am going to upload these videos to that for you guys. Okay, the little cutout so it ain't the whole court session. It's just me showing up in the locations. Dolly, I'll see you guys soon. Don't do nothing I would do. Love you. Peace.